then these supranational groups where literally you see Klaus Schwab in hugs with Xi Jinping, and they're then
Brian Kemp of Georgia has recently shown some connections
uh,
to Chinese.
yeah. So what did I see with that? So someone like they had like Chinese businesses, I think, were
Yeah, he was doing some kind of come invest in Georgia kind of thing, but in
hmm,
Mandarin.
right, and there was no sort of English. Um, there was no English translation, as it were. It was just solely a Mandarin type. Uh,
I believe so.
yeah, that's disturbing to say the least. But um,
Yeah,
let me let me just put out some links that we are streaming. See if I can get people to the.
well, we have three watching.
I've got six that I see overall. There's people watching on other platforms. Um,
Ah, right.
let's see.
I should get my notepad open too, because I'm sure there's going to be lots of worthwhile notes to take. So we'll probably start on Peter
And yeah, the
Dazak.
that's always a problem. Hello, Jen, in the chat. Let's see. Sure. Couple. Just, just call this delving into Dazak. This guy has the perfect voice. I don't know if you can see that comment or not, but your your your
No.
avatar matches your voice very much. So
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I try. I try. There's a new version out, but it hasn't been adequately updated, and it's also much. It seems more greedy, but we'll see how they figure their stuff out. Everybody's got to make a buck, I guess.
yeah, I've seen it working though. But, my kids watch, but I guess they're pre-recorded and what have you. And but my kids with Minecraft videos, there's a gamer channel that uses the animated cat. They love it.
Ah, cool.
So I'm gonna tweet that out, and then as we're making chit chat, small talk, I
Yeah.
will just pull up these links again. It's
Oh, yeah, definitely. Anything you can link me would be appreciated.
yeah, that I can. Oh, there's a ton, dude. That's the problem with this guy. It's so um
Um, well, I guess some top level stuff, and we'll see where we go from there.
yeah,
But if you do have them handy, that would be helpful because I'm a fairly quick reader.
so
And I can put
just
it in there for any of my audience to actually check out later, too.
yeah. So I want to oh well. Oh yeah. This is the one that links him to the World Economic Forum. So um and people will be familiar with his how would you say his involvement in these other aspects of the the investigative process around SARS-CoV-2. But anyone listening to this needs to get up to speed on what Peter Daszak, EcoHealth, and
Yeah, we'll probably
the
want to start off with a connection there just to give everybody a real brief primer.
yeah, it's I mean it's brief primer's gonna be difficult with this one.
There is
So
such a thing.
So how about we have dastardly Bond type villains who are sucking money from anywhere and everywhere and are accountable to no one except, it seems, perhaps Klaus Schwab, the World Economic
Who
Forum.
literally dresses like a villain.
Oh, so you've seen him in his Star Wars cloak, right?
Oh yeah, man, it's like you're trying to look like a villain, dude. Come on, you're doing the whole villain aesthetic.
The and that's what I mean. I'm getting suspicious. It just seems so cheesy and corny, and yet that this is where all the data points to, and it's not like it's circumstantial. These are documents that they've put out online, and they stem from many years of Peter Daszak being involved with not only what we would call let me bring up the we shouldn't play video, right? Video is going to be less than optimal.
Yeah, all I'd really be able to get out of it is audio.
Yeah, so
that said, if you have a good video for me to link, I will throw it in the show links for anyone to check out later.
All right, so I need an but I do think this is going to get a little complex as into piece all these bits together, because like I say, if someone's just coming across this for the first time, I think they would just find it immensely overwhelming and difficult to believe.
Why here? We're in a Pepe Sylvia kind of moment, if you understand the reference.
I am not entirely clear, but
it's from an American sitcom.
Okay.
Basically, the guy's got the name Pepe Sylvia in the middle of a great big board full of red string running from names and pictures and maps and that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, I've seen the people use that picture a lot, actually. So let's start with. Do you want to do like an introduction for your?
Yeah, I'll just do a real quick. Hi, we're on episode 17. So, are we good?
Yeah, we've got 12. I've pulled 12 in. If you get like 50, 60, damn it! Fuck you, YouTube. Oh, sorry, damn you, YouTube.
Oh yeah, well, you can curse to your heart's content.
You're a gentleman.
Basically, anything isn't going to break YouTube toss.
Well, when I tell you about what I think I've been banned for, it's actually pretty hilarious, and I'll maybe explain
nudity and
right, but it's the most it has to be the most. I'll let you do the introduction, and then we'll make the talk.
All right. Well, I guess the best thing to do, I'll just say I'm here, do a quick introduction of you, and we can start with that because it's kind of hilarious and it'll get people interested. So, we ready?
Yep, go.
All right, cool. Hey, it's Evan. I'm back with actually Dr. Kevin. And if you can remember, he's a neuro specialist of kind of various fields. So he recently got yeeted from YouTube, and I'll let him explain.
Okay, so I'm streaming on my backup channel, and I'd received a guideline strike, but not anything official, and I wasn't sure what for, and so I appealed it, and I get the letter this morning, and they claim gross and sexual nudity to be used in a sort of titillating manner, and so it had to be pulled. Now, my initial suspicion is that a lot of the time on the intro to what I do to a stream, there's a very sort of iconic bit of video where a young lady, if you want to use the expression, climbs on top of an overturned police vehicle and proceeds to relieve herself on said police vehicle. And I'm thinking to myself, it's got to be that, right? Because that's the only thing that I can think that would even fit anything that would remotely describe the reprimand letter that I've received.
Of
So,
course, and this is without considering, what Google's AI image search thought of gorillas. But anyway,
right. It's like, so anyway, I'm sort of looking at it, and so the first, usually when you get because I've had quite a few shots across my bow right now, and usually they'll link close to the section, and it was sort of at the start of the stream, and I know, that's the intro, right? And they'll put it. Someone in the chat is saying, "Is it the cock-linked glycans?" No, it wasn't the cock-linked glycans, and But in this case, there wasn't a thumbnail which you could see where they'd said that there was too much excess nudity or anything. So I just click on the hot link for the video where they say that there's been this egregious nudity and of a sexual nature, right? And it's specifically saying it's of a sexual nature. And so
I've never interviewed a pornographer before. Bravo.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I say I've never interviewed a pornographer before. Bravo, sir.
Yeah, you're about to, apparently. Unbeknownst to myself. So literally, it's there's a part of the stream where I'm critiquing This Week in Virology. I'm doing it in a very sort of tongue-in-cheek manner and satire, and one of the people who was in the chat, because it's like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning anyway, said, "Oh, you've left the door behind you open," right? I'm like, "Oh, damn." So I literally get out my chair to go to shut the door, and literally you can see like the sort of crack of, well, I don't know, which is probably like my love handle, I would say, more than anything. For like you can probably see like about 3 to 4 centimeter line as I sort of have my side view to it, to go to shut the door. And imagine how quick in front of the camera it is for me to stand up and walk away. And it's covered up in less than like a second. That's enough. That's enough under the new terms and conditions, apparently, to label me a deviant of some kind, and that's what took down my channel with 2,000 plus subs, bastards. Yeah.
So what is it, a strike or what's the deal?
Yeah, so it's a strike. It's my second one in the space of having another strike on my channel for in this case, what was it? I don't know. It's either hate speech or some gratuitous. I've upset someone anyway, and like I say, and so I've received a 2-week ban, literally for what I would consider, like, not even. It's not like you get anything beyond like what I would consider like my hip, I guess, the top of my. Everyone's saying, "I'll get my donations." Yeah, I need an OnlyFans now. That's what I need. If I'm hot enough to cause the AI to to blow up, yeah, well, then I need an OnlyFans, because I'll rake it in, apparently.
The most kawaii love handles ever. Hawaii.
Oh, I mean, I just have to. I have to. Well, take succor in the fact that I should say, of that that I could have that effect. I didn't.
Joining me
now.
You've certainly activated some people's almonds, and I think they're
I've activated some
Some almonds.
Almonds?
Indeed, you've made some people think.
Oh, right. Maybe. But like I say, if you want to see the offending flesh, it's still available on DLive. Follow me there if YouTube offends thee, and I think it's coming to the point where it's becoming an unworkable platform for anything that would, well, that's either not softball conspiracy type videos or cat or Minecraft videos, I guess. And
Yeah, pretty much. Unless you're a big name, or well, I mean, you're gonna have. Basically, they want basic cable.
yes, I think that's the
They want to be basic cable, and they want to also carry basic cable. And for some reason, even though they aren't bound to any sort of decency protocols, they seem hell bent on implementing them on their own, which is absolutely infuriating.
yes. And I'm not sure what to. I'm out of advice for. I'm out of advice for telling people what to do under the current circumstances. The
Well,
argument.
BitChute has recently hit their funding goals, so they're going to have their own live streaming with their own super chats.
They are.
And
Oh, wonderful.
yeah, they just recently did that. So and that could also allow for their own exponential growth. So everybody, make sure and subscribe to Kev on BitChute, which I don't know if you have yet. Go get one.
I do
as
have
soon
a
as it's done.
BitChute account. I do. So let me
Excellent.
just.
Make sure and link that, and I'll link my own. I think it's always linked there, but if it's not, I'll make sure and double down on that. And I also have to check with them because it's not auto updating, but
Yeah,
it's understandable. I had a period there where I wasn't doing anything, and then the podcast started, and that's why we're here.
so are you actually doing video now, or?
I have in the past, and I'll do some more. I'm thinking that might be a really good way as an addendum to the podcast, is just a way that I can go over some of the news and science, because there's really quite a lot that's been going on.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, everything's been very, very busy. It's been a hell of a year.
yeah, it's nuts, and maybe we can begin to unpack some of that with respect to.
Well, let's do that, and let's start with what we were talking about just before we got on the air. Peter Daszak.
Yes, Peter.
Who is Peter Daszak?
So Peter Daszak is the CEO of one non-profit organization called EcoHealth Alliance, based in New York. And what they would describe themselves, or what they're about, is a multidisciplinary approach of ecological medicine. And this description and I guess how they're registered with Companies House, it would appear, has allowed them to shuttle around a planet where governments would probably fear to tread, and get themselves up very close to reservoirs, to pathogens. And they always seem to be, or wherever eco-health is, not far behind is a pandemic of some form or another. And like I say, correlation is not causation. We should always remember that. But the issue is that he's had a very tainted reputation as he appeared on the radar as this crisis broke out. And the first was that there was suspicion of SARS-CoV-2 emanating from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and China's is mightily upset about the accusation. There was a push within the scientific literature to bolster the idea that how would you say that SARS itself was an event bound to happen, and that's what EcoHealth Alliance was there for. And when you begin to sort of scratch at the surface, what you find is that EcoHealth Alliance had been funding studies at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, specifically into bat coronaviruses. And you could say, okay, it's still sort of circumstantial, but it was enough that
Sure.
at the time the Trump administration stopped final payment of the grant to them and has put them under observation. And then there was a big hoo-ha in the especially the scientific publishing world, and I guess the liberal elements within academia, that the Orange Man had impeded the ability of scientists to respond to SARS-CoV-2.
Of course, he hates science. I know that.
Right, and without sort of digging too far into the details, you wouldn't. Most people in that, who would have something of, how would you say, a dislike of the Orange Man, that it would seem to fit his way of doing things, right? That he's going to do it. Trump's going to do it his way. Hang the science, etc. It was bad enough he pulled out Paris Accords, and now he's stopped this non-profit from being able to do its job, where it could give us some insight into what this SARS was, and then there was some very say sort of core papers published that had his name on, or involved the not specifically his name, but his institute, and from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which basically said.
Are you saying these are his papers by way of the Wuhan Institute of Virology?
Oh yeah. So he's literally, you can go to, and so Nature literally within, I think, the last month had to amend their papers. So this is once, like I said, once you start scratching into this, the details of it just get more and more bizarre. So there's a group on Twitter, they call themselves Drastic, a lot of sort of molecular biologists on there, and I've sort of gelled with a few of them, and they've been following this, and they can follow the genomics and the virology very, very closely, far better than I can. And they've basically just tried to raise one issue. Is it possible that SARS-CoV-2 came out of a laboratory? Just that question. But it got jumped on very, very quickly. And like I say, there was a bunch of papers put out, probably the most famous one being the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2. And and then there were the papers from a pneumonia outbreak associated with a new coronavirus of probable bat origin. And let's just see if Peter Daszak is on that paper.
I think we might have linked this one actually previously. It sounds familiar to me.
Well, I mean, it's a very, very famous paper. It's where, so everyone's familiar with RATG13, because this is the genome that's 96% approximate in terms of sequences in the genome. It only differs in the S protein, where all the the majority of the fun happens. And let me just think. And already I have cats. Right, so that's the Nature paper, and I want to see. if he had his name.
Another date. Oh, let me
This
go ahead
article has
and
been updated, right?
I'll
So
make sure and put that in the show links as well. People are going to want to check that out as well too.
yeah,
And it has an addendum that was recently posted as well.
yeah, and in there it was that they had to. I think this paper says they had to include EcoHealth as a funder of this data, but beyond that, what's happened is that these people have been tracking the genomics of the database, have been finding these inconsistencies, right? And then the authors of this paper and others, there's about 4 sort of core papers, and have been going and retroactively changing the sequence data on the GISAID database, right? I think it's the GISAID database, and without informing the journal. And so I want to just sort of.
Wouldn't that invalidate their?
Yeah, I mean,
paper?
it's
not need to resubmit then, at the very least.
This addendum. So here we provide further. So they had to do further examples of testing because there's this hypothesis that there was a bunch of I'd say miners, but manual workers who were sent in to clean a cave where these bats had been sampled and where RATG13 was supposed to have come from in Yunnan province, over 1,000 kilometers away. Okay, and so I'm not seeing it in this paper.
We actually did go over this last time we talked.
Yeah.
So anybody that wants to reference back to that, I'll have that linked at the end of this one and below.
Yeah, and so anyway, so as it emerges over time, these people are constantly sort of, any move that these people are making, it's being brought into the light, and that includes the and I can see the heinous coronavirus researcher shut down for Wuhan lab connections, but it's all over. You don't have to look far to find that he has this link to the lab. It's easily established. It's not controversial in any way. Within about the last 2 weeks, I want to say, there was this Freedom of Information Act, which basically shows them, and I can put the have the link from. See people throwing at me now. So I've lost, but he's basically the crux of the story is that he's gone round to these 27 academics and basically saying, we need to come forward with a united front, that this is a one, that the politicians shouldn't be interfering in what we're doing, and that we need to have a united front with respect to what we're saying to the public, so that we're actively stopping. This is like conspiracy theories. They specifically say we've got to stop the conspiracy theories right now. So anything that it's a synthetic agent, or that they've done experiments in some way that's led to this turn of events, basically meaning the gain of function experiments, and what everyone talks about as gain of function. And in trying to corral the dialogue, and in hindsight, you can see what they've tried to do. They were hoping that the infection would be limited, that by putting out the papers quick enough that try to say that SARS-CoV-2 was of natural origin, I don't think they'd expected to be or to find themselves in the situation that they are right now. Okay, and that means every lie is sort of bubbling to the surface. And so in this timeline, it comes to light that one, he's part of a network. I'm just getting comments right now. I can't say them onto. I'll avoid them for your podcast, maybe, just because I don't want to get you into trouble. But anyway, his background is very suspicious, right? Because he sits in this, zone where he's not under academic administration, and he's not part of the U.S. government. He's acting as this non-profit that's basically involved in conservation. Okay,
an NGO, really?
Yes, non-profit NGO. Right, that classic, another classic from the Bond movies, right? That you would have some.
This whole crew really does evoke the Bond villain aesthetic. I mean, you've got Klaus at the top with his literal Dr. Evil attire, and then you've got kind of the science toady here. It's quite something.
So, so basically, what we're looking at is just one facet of what is a much more complex turd, for want of a better expression, right? That links to if you
one kernel corn here.
So yeah, I encourage everyone, go to the World Economic Forum website and just look at some of the stuff that they put out, right? And especially some of the flashy YouTube videos where they're talking about, and look, they're particularly famous for recently having put out a bit of propaganda, because that's what it is, which is by 2030 you'll have no property, you won't mind being surveilled, and you'll be happy. Right? Did you hear about that?
Oh yeah. Also, you'll own nothing. Yeah, you'll own nothing. You're
surveilled 24.
Oh, it's horrifying.
Yeah, right. And
yeah, I own nothing. I have no privacy, and I've never been happier. Is that what it was?
Yeah. Basically, sort of. That's
right? Monstrous.
Right, but if you opened up a sort of thriller at the airport, right, whilst you were trying to decide to get something for your long, boring plane trip, right, and you cracked it open, or you read the blurb on the back, and it had that sort of as part of its storyline, you'd just put it down for just being so cliched and such a trope, right? And the fact that we've got this science, but also all these special interest groups, and it's not only, it's governmental and private industries, right? And if you go to Klaus Schwab's biography, he basically says he's a Marxist looking to mature capitalism. Right? That's basically his.
What the hell does that mean, after all?
Well, I think it's the emergence of the communist ideal, right? That like I say, I encourage everyone that listens to this stream to just go and look for yourself at anything around Klaus Schwab. It is not difficult to find. It's in your face, right? And the only problem up till recently, when people have tried to look for, how would you say, the elements of a deep state, for example, right, is that it was always intangible as to what it was that you were dealing with, or the individuals that you were saying, they're at fault. So even Klaus Schwab, he's kind of untouchable because he leads this quasi Bond villain type existence, right? Where he
it's so insane that it's this really all just could be in a book or a movie.
Yeah, and
It really could.
a cheesy one. And well, the thing is, it has been in books and movies already, and this is why it just
Uh,
seems
well,
so.
we won't talk about predictive programming or anything like that here.
Well, well, anyway, the point I'm trying to get to is that um, after this Freedom of Information Act comes out, which shows that Peter Daszak has been instrumental in highlighting or pushing the narrative of it's it's a spillover event. This is why we created the idea of eco medicine, and that's what eco health is. And this interface, this green, so it comes in under this green paradigm, right? And what they're trying to do is they're trying to say that where humans interface with nature, they need this eco health type framework to go about their business. Right, and part of the sort of trope, because that's what it is or the conspiracy theories are that we're all going to be moved to the smart cities, right, or smart cities, and surveilled, right, and and basically your access to nature is going to be limited because we can't have pandemics occurring. Okay, that's
Of course.
where the narrative goes. And well, it's just so now we've established that there's this this interaction or timeline and these characters that are involved, and now you've got this quasi sort of builder, whatever you want, oligarch type organization in the World Economic Forum, and now instead of tilting at windmills like most conspiracy theories tend to do, we literally have an individual and organization in New York under US jurisdiction, in my view, that can be tied explicitly back to the Wuhan Institute of Virology and the fact that potentially that whatever this is, it looks like it came from that institute. Now, we can't. There's always ambiguity, and I always say it could be easily, somewhat. Well, as easily, there's a possibility that
Well, it could easily be answered, but that would require truthfulness on the behalf of a lot of people who have no desire, or I should even say beyond that, they have no inclination, to be honest.
Well, in fact, they're motivated to not find that or to confirm that hypothesis. So when a man's salary is dependent on him not understanding the cause, then he never will come to the cause. But it literally looks like, I don't know, like I'm living in the end part or more scarily the beginning part of some simulation game, right? We are in a simulation and it's cheesy and corny, and it's now what's the Arnold Schwarzenegger where it's like get your ass to Mars, Total Recall, right? It's like Total Recall, like super where he's pretending to be like the super secret agent, and so now we're looking at all these features coming into focus and view, but beyond the what I would say 99.99% of the coverage around these people is that we can put a name to these people, and should were things to function like we would expect them to, be able to hold these people accountable, because these people are operating under US law, right? And
until that's been changed, they can be held accountable for a lot of this.
Yes, absolutely. I would be seeking damages against EcoHealth Alliance right now. If I was if people are able, well, it needs someone of sort of legal mind, and I guess a US citizen. But the thing is, they've had a year to to sort of cover their tracks. The problem is in that trying to cover their tracks, they've uh, they've implicated themselves even further, and it's whether there's the will or desire to actually hold them to account. That's the issue. And so there's a very, very strong how do you say? There's a very, very strong
What connection?
yeah, but it's more than that. It's I would say it's you're bordering on you've got conspiracy already, and you've got what seems like a nefarious use of a dual use technology. But right now, it's even tying into the chaos you've got around your elections, right? Because there are some people, right? There are people
Because there's a drive to mail in that would not have ever gone through. And as a matter of fact, that's an interesting can of worms. I'll just drop a bit of news for anyone who hasn't caught it lately. There are two there's one state that has now said that it'll be contested, Arizona. This came out a few hours ago.
Mm.
The legislature has just said we're contested, we're not sending electors. So Arizona's out of the elector pile for now. And Pennsylvania got moved up to, now today. So in about, I want to say, the next 6 to 9 hours, it'll be docketed in front of Lido, actually. So this could be very interesting. Also, the results of all of this will kind of determine how much more of this onion we can peel away as well.
Well, yeah, and like I say, we don't know how much, even the Trump administration is caught up in all of this, etc. And are co-conspirators in a way. We don't. I don't think we'd ever be able to get to that point. But right now,
it's like the locked her up thing. Nobody really could have expected Hillary to get locked up. That's not a thing that's going to happen. But we could expect some sort of censure or something to keep someone from doing this again in the future, because obviously these people that should be in jail are, our version of elites. But
and this is a moment, because like I say, there's been so much smoke and mirrors right now, and I would just say, even since sort of 9/11, reality has got that little bit more slippery the more we sort of seem to progress, and we literally have a chance right now where the President of the United States could, I think, in theory, have an excuse, a more solid excuse beyond the election fraud, which seems palpable in how blatant it's been. And if you don't think it's been blatant, I would say we're watching two very, very different realities. I mean, how many first world countries do you see them pulling suitcases of votes out from under a desk after clearing the counting rooms?
Let me fact check you on that, because Snopes said that never happened. Those were ballot boxes, sir. So that was completely wrong, and you've been disproven and disavowed.
Really? I mean,
black ballot boxes, not suitcases. So you're completely wrong. That never happened.
Okay. So, well, anyway, the fact that they pulled ballot boxes out of the room after counting had finished and they cleared the press out. Why they wouldn't know about the cameras, I don't know. But my understanding was
that's the part that makes it so like such a movie kind of thing. It's like these things seem like they're almost set up for our own. It's like in some cases these people are really dumb. But having dealt with some people, like I know a guy that works in IT, in like an actual Fed that works IT, and some of the people he deals with are not, well, to put it in the words of a great man, they're not sending their best.
Well, potentially, but it depends where you're looking because this little non-profit run by, I'm not even sure he's a U.S. citizen, such. Maybe he's naturalized now, but he's originally Ukrainian and from London, and we can. Well, like I say, his family history is something that I've sort of gone over previously, and we don't have to do it again. But uh, there's a it seems to be building up, and if the American public right now, and like I say, from the beginning, I've been this sort of advocate of saying, one, this virus is real. Two, wear a mask, right? And look, I think the mask thing is moot at this point because it's so endemic in the US that literally you would have to have like a full biohazard suit right now to guarantee anything approximating real performance. But you know, in the big picture, even if you could save 5% of the people with masks at that sort of scale, it makes a big difference, right? But we're
Well, at the very least, as a mitigation measure, that you're getting that much less dose of the thing.
you would hope so, and that would still be my argument. But now, right? If we have to extrapolate out, right, we have to now look at the context of all these events happening, not only in the context of the election, where China would be highly motivated and very politically and economically lines up explicitly with the World Economic Forum's ideals, right? Which is this sort of, sort of state-run, state-molded capitalism, but essentially borderless, rather than, I guess, what you would consider sort of national socialism. And in a sense, the
some sort of vile mutant hybrid combination of communism and capitalism.
yeah, and there are the party elite, and these are the oligarchs that make up the individuals, and they are legion, right? With the people that go to the World Economic Forum as this meeting in Davos once a year. This is not something that's hidden in any way. It's just that their aims were always just sort of couched in, well, it was laughable language. I mean, an organization that would push something like Greta Thunberg and to sort of guilt trip you with, will no one think of the children, to now having links to this, again, quasi, who knows what this organization really is, because what we can look at as well, and let me try and put that link into your thing as we go through them, but he has direct interactions with a bioweapons lab in Georgia, funnily enough, and Georgia being a state in the US that's up for grabs is interesting, synchronistic to say the least. And
funny enough, not a biolab in ex-Soviet Georgia.
I'm sorry?
Oh, it's just often that sort of thing is listed to be with some sort of ex-Soviet Georgian.
Yeah, this is. I'm talking about the ex-Soviet. Yeah, this is ex-Soviet Georgia, not Georgia the state. I was just making a link but about the two states.
Oh, yeah, they're both. There's well, it seems like we're going to probably be hearing lots of stories about both of them.
Right, and the one story that you need to find out about the weapons the bioweapons facility, or the BSL-4 facility in Georgia, is EcoHealth Alliance was funding projects there and had been given, I think it was $6.5 million. And let me just read it. In 2017, the U.S. Defense Threat Reduction Agency launched a $6.5 million project on bats and coronaviruses in Western Asia, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Jordan, with the Lugar Center being the local laboratory for this genetic research. The duration of the program is 5 years and has been implemented by the non-profit U.S. organization EcoHealth Alliance.
Well, you look at that right there.
Yeah. The project's objectives are: 1, capture and non-lethally sample 5,000 bats in a 5-year period. And this just cracks me up, right? So that literally means that they swab the arse of the bat. They stick it right up there rectally. And so now I just think of Carl Schwab for the link up to World Economic Forum. And
reminder.
That didn't catch that again.
Oh, an easy reminder.
Right, yeah. And so this project is still ongoing, 2017 to 2022. They have to collect 20,000 samples of oral rectal swabs and all feces and blood and screen for coronavirus using PCR at regional labs in Georgia and Jordan, according to the project presentation. And like I say, so now you've got a link with EcoHealth receiving defense contract money in the US, nearly $100 million from Health and Human Services, funding from Fauci's department, National Institute of Allergies and Infectious Diseases, and they've just become part of I think it might even be an extension of another $100 million grant that includes all the authors of the grants that said that this was a natural spillover event. Okay, so the conflicts of interest just keep stacking and stacking and stacking in a way that, in my scientific career, I've never seen anything so brazen. And maybe it's going on all the time. I don't know. But for me, as someone who works in that field and has reviewed grants and reviewed papers and I've trusted the process and tried to do my best within it, right? To see it being used in this fashion, and it's not accidents anymore. There's literally forethought, and you could argue malice of forethought, because they aren't just sampling for the health of communities. Once you've got defense monies going in, they are they're not allowed under international.
That there's something happening, yeah, in and above the international treaties that are very possibly broken by some of these activities.
But they're not broken by a non-profit that's doing it in the name of green ideals. That's the get out clause that they have. And and
that is dirty business.
Yeah. And like I say, there's I don't know under what laws there must be, like probable cause, conspiring. I mean, how much money has EcoHealth taken from the Chinese? How much money has EcoHealth taken from the World Economic Forum? How many viruses have they actually isolated, and how many have they done gain of function on? Now,
that's a horrifying thing to consider.
Well, and so now put that into the context of their Great Reset that they want to do. And suddenly everything just is taking on a very brushed and
ominous.
Yeah, ominous. I was going to use essentially existentially ominous, you could say, dangerous. and I don't know. I don't know what the plays are from here, because this has gone from being just a sort of public health issue to being a breakdown of our institutions, breakdown of the civic processes that are meant to, the recipients and the dishing out of U.S. taxpayer money. And hang on one second, the big boy.
Oh, certainly.
Told me I did log back into my own account. The R-Y-A.
Daddy will have to sort that later.
So, actually, if you want to talk to him for just a quick second, I've got to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
He's out there. He just wants me to go and fix his Roblox. So, but you take a bathroom break, and I will whitter on.
Second here, and I want to timestamp this too. So, 47 minutes. I will be right back, sir.
Yeah, sure. Let me just check. In comments here. So I don't know, those that follow my channel should up to date on all of this. And there's my own sort of personal feelings or thoughts. Sorry, not feelings. I want it to sound a bit more rational. Is that I feel now it's just gone beyond my. Hey, Alex. Alex. Close the door! I do apologise. Right, if I got up again, I might flash a bit of builder's bum, get struck down. But the long and the short of it is that I'm not sure where I can go anymore beyond, because I think the biology is mapped out. And the worst case scenario is that we're literally going to see emergent cases in neurodegenerative disorders in the coming months. I'm happy that I can report I saw a study which came out in JAMA today saying that stillbirths have not gone up in the UK.
Okay, sorry to keep you waiting there.
So you're back and refreshed?
Yeah. Good to go.
I was
Shouldn't have had a very large drink before I started this, but what are you going to do?
I have the bad habit of, what do you say, just drinking constantly through the streams that I do. It's just barley tea, but usually by the end, I'm in pain by the time I get to the bathroom.
Floating, as they say.
Sorry, what did you call it?
Floating.
Floating?
Yeah, you can kind of feel yourself floating away.
Oh, right. So we have 25 people watching this. So considering my channel's been taken down, I consider that my hardcore group. I'm just getting lots of calls for more flesh. I can't believe I got taken down for that. I mean, like I say, I can play. Yeah,
it's wild.
But they're clamping down on everyone, and that's another thing that feeds into this narrative. So, the fact that
it does seem like there's a lot of collusion on so many of these different things.
Yes.
It's just so coincidental to see so much happening kind of all at once and all working together.
Yeah. And so at what point is there any, I mean, so look, as from the scientist inside me says, well, how much of this is sort of nature in action, the pushback against the sort of unipolar world that emerged in the 90s with respect to the US winning the Cold War, and well, again, how much is the us playing out a simulation on some shitty cartridge that I plugged in onto my reality headset. So, and yeah, some COVID-cidental, yeah. And so are we?
It's really quite
But are we at the kickoff of the first interaction, or I guess the West one, or the concept of the individualism versus, and I'm not sure what to call the other side.
You'd think collectivism, but it's not even something like that. It's
no, because there's a deliberate oligarch class embedded in it.
Yeah, you could almost call it a caste system.
Mm.
That's the nearest analog I can think of.
Yeah, and so
this is too kind of based on just what we as people on the outside can see of this, because we don't even really know how they run their affairs.
Right.
We can only really guess at it.
Mm. And my guess probably includes some of the more lurid aspects that have come from, well, I mean, who talks about Epstein nowadays?
Indeed. There's numerous pushes to keep names from being released in Ghislaine's testimony.
Right.
And all that. Yeah, and that's really something. The just all the crazy information that's come out in just the past few years. It's almost overwhelming.
And how much we know that Epstein was, I mean, someone would have to begin digging into that. But how much has Epstein paid to scientists that have focused around this type of research? We know he was interested in that. We know he had ties to Bill Gates, and this is the thing that's really frustrating to me right now, is because I'm having to pull in all the organization and tropes which a lot of the sort of truth community and whatever conspiracy minded community of saying, oh, these are, Bill Gates is Satan in the flesh, and Bill Gates is heavily involved in this whole current set of circumstances, because it's beyond just the pandemic right now. You will not
absolutely.
You will not find a university or organization right now that carries any weight in this whole affair that doesn't have a tie back to Bill and Melinda Gates somehow. So,
well, I know early on the man himself had said that he was going to invest in just a bunch of factories and every place that was getting involved in this, and I know he's had his grubby claws into some really untoward kind of things, I believe, in Africa and maybe South America with some genetically modified mosquitoes.
yes.
I don't really know how that all went, but I mean,
I think that's Zika.
It was yeah, it was something like that, and then I don't know if there was ever any follow up on any of that. It all just.
I mean, there surely is, but it's how much headline time it gets, and how much there's such a soon right. This is the thing that really bothers me, is that everyone was like, look, they were literally doing this in that event 201 at Johns Hopkins in last October, and then this outbreak happens, and then you find that literally there are all these ties, and now of course it's it's that domain, and those people do those exercises all the time. But once you start stacking everything up, it just starts hoovering all these other, what would otherwise have been, like I say, in my mind, well, I'm just being reminded in my chat. Bill Gates flew with Jeffrey Epstein on the Lolita Express in 2013 with a man whose charity aims to empower young girls, winning the serial paedophile 4 years after he left prison. Yeah, that's disturbing. And yeah, so at this point, it's no longer something about science anymore. It's gone beyond that.
It certainly has. And we can, I mean, you can plainly see it if you're willing to just look.
mm. And how much well, the problem is that you're going to say there's so many people that are complicit, and the thing is they're going to turn around and just plead innocence. But the thing is, where do we draw the line in this whole debacle? Right? If you've taken money from Bill and Melinda Gates, does that make you culpable in this setup? Does I don't know. I mean, you know,
Well, there's all sorts of people that bear responsibility for, I don't know, all sorts of terrible things in one way or another. It's just what can we bring to light and what can we actually charge them with? Because as long as we exist in a system of laws, we have to try and use them as such.
But the thing is, they're quite happy to skirt around them, and they have
absolutely,
and they have the power.
Are. Like I was saying earlier, like you know, Hillary has done literally crimes that people during her time in office that did lesser crimes got jail time for.
Yeah, and I'm chatting. So someone's asking who I'm chatting with. This is I'm being interviewed for that fake guy Dan. Thank you very much for keeping your eye on the chat. You're a champ.
Good about that.
So I've sort of, you know, posited the idea that I think we're much farther down the rabbit hole with respect to being on a war footing. Okay, and
undoubtedly.
The question is how is it gonna go from the, you know, does Biden come in and does he make up with China, and you know, is there an agreement to hand over to, because I can't imagine the Biden
Biden would be horrible for Taiwan. I mean, they will not fare well with him at the head. There will probably not be a Taiwan any longer. What we're seeing right now, like with the people starting to be rounded up in Hong Kong into buses for re-education camps. Saw that literally breaking today.
Yep. And this is so. Where does that leave everyone else? So are they? And it seems like there's a constant theme which people have pointed to: build back better. We have to use this opportunity to build back better, which is this mantra of the World Economic Forum. And it might just be that they're, I mean, I have problems. I mean, I literally right now, I don't know. This is how good their PSYOP is, that the population reduction is going to be a thing, and they're going to do it on a mass scale in the coming months. I mean, personally, I find that difficult to wrap my head around, because you would have emergent insurrection everywhere if that was the case.
Well, I can say there's a lot I can say that I can't back up, but what I can say is, from my understanding, the timeline of things was meant to all occur about a decade out. So everything that's being done now should apparently be on a much, much advanced timeline. Like, there would be more infrastructure, more systems, more checks on that side of things, as opposed to on the side of free people that would be able to more clamp down on things. Like what we've seen just over this last year in social media. These things would have been, you know, instituted and in place for 2 or 3 years and just a normalized thing. So with all of that happening on an accelerated scale, well, it really is a boiling frog analogy. I mean,
yeah, and in this case,
everyone noticed.
They've flicked on the microwave oven as well as the convection heater.
Indeed, they have, and they've brought out a blowtorch to kind of try and bring it up a little bit more too.
So, at what stage are we expecting them to limit even this discussion? I mean, how far? I mean, we might be we're incidental to the types of movements that are involved here in terms of, and this is something that I've been trying to wrestle with, is that, okay, we can identify, eco health aside, because if Americans can't do that one thing, which is go after that institute for, if you've lost a family member, you've been injured by their research, and I think a good case can be made that it was their research which brought that virus to Wuhan, right? And I've said that even bringing the sample to the lab, that's gain of function research right there, right? Because you wouldn't have had the exposure wouldn't have been set off in a dense metropolitan area. But someone's just put in the chat the microwave is 5G.
Broadcasting 5G oxygen to all your corona cells.
So this. I think you can see in this circumstance where they've had to. You can see why the misinformation, the psyop information, was ramped up with things like 5G, etc., and it was given signal boosts like viruses aren't real, because it gave them that bit of wiggle room, and it seeded enough doubt, I think, in the population of the United States that it immediately made it political. And it seems that, look, can you give me an example of where this virus or this situation has not managed to leverage itself against the contradictions inherent in the US system? I've argued very strongly that, like capitalism exposed the contradictions in communism, and we saw the fall of the Berlin Wall, that right now, because of the disparity we have in our societies, and that's come about, I would argue, through the pursuit of globalist type agendas, open borders, the dismantling of trade, or the movement of trade, right? And then people following capital, and that they haven't how would you say, they've not done anything. Well, and this is the seductive thing that I've seen from Klaus Schwab, is that he makes an admission when you listen to a interview that he does, where he says that we realize that our current systems have had a severe impact on the locals, on the indigenous populations, well, meaning whites in Europe, etc. And again, I keep running up of, well, this is not in my wheelhouse anymore, right? But then how do you go about reining this in? Or is it a case of we have to just sit back and watch what emerges over the next 6 months?
Well, I mean, really, I've said this to a few people in private, but I mean, I'll just go ahead and say it. Save America, save the world.
Mm-hmm. I'm on that train.
I mean, if this situation can be resolved with the election, then there's hope. I mean, then there is one fighter that's got enough punch to actually do something.
Mm.
Without that, and with that fighter just not even putting in, because Joe's going to take the money.
Mm.
That's all he wants. He wants money and he wants a legacy. And if we're to believe his recent blunder, that if he has any fundamental disagreements with Kamala or whomever his handlers happen to be, that he will develop a disease and resign.
that was he's done some pearlers with respect to putting his foot in his mouth, but I think that was
He really has.
that
That one was quite something. I mean, you have to wonder if just where he's starting to slip, if these moments of what he's had to talk about behind the scenes, they just slip through. I mean, an older man whose mind is going, he can't really sometimes separate, the private from the public, and you just say things you didn't mean to. You blurt out things that you kind of weren't supposed to,
right.
and you have to wonder almost.
What was his one with respect to the election that he?
Right, we've developed the most broad and diverse
Right.
fraud apparatus in history. It's really, there you go. That might be another one. And that's not even talking about Anna Shamanabada pressure or Batacap care.
And he's the one that's going to be leading the country. Well, so at this point, this is the problem that I'm having. So if everything that we're saying has even a whiff of substance to it, then anything that we understand as traditional systems, they've gone. Right? That if it's not like Trump wasn't at Davos, right? And
Right.
he was supposed to be there this year. Yes, he's come out against the green agenda at Davos and received, well,
You could say he's been excoriated.
yeah, to put it lightly. And someone just put in the chat, Biden injured his foot by biting on it. That's very good. Very, very witty. And so and like you say, so I'm in agreement that if we're to keep what I understand to be the classical definition of the sovereignty of individuals against the machinations of collectivism, for now, let's just call it that. We do need America.
Very least the oligarchs of collectivism.
I didn't catch all of that, sorry.
Or I should say, the very least, the oligarchs of collectivism.
Yes, that's a good way of summarizing it up, because I don't, what are they thinking with respect to? Because everything that I say from now on, I'm just confirming all the worst elements that I've seen in the internet, and I don't want to be accused of doing that with respect to, so they're planning a Holodomor on us, this idea that we're going to have to be eating insects, etc. And this this dystopian image that's not new. This is the thing, it's not new. And so I'm wondering if I've taken the bait of something that's just taken me the wrong way. But this is not secret document. Well, the emails are obviously from Freedom of Information, but the documents that we're looking at with respect to ties to defense industry, which is on my screen, which relates to obviously the pushing of the narrative with respect to convince or corralling people not to be able to question what SARS-CoV-2 is. Not lab accident, but lab associated.
Well, kind of the way that the UFO narrative was played up until just these past few years.
Yeah.
Oh, you're just a crazy person. No, those are weather balloons. Well, in this case, instead of weather balloons, no, that occurred naturally in bats. You're a crazy person.
And yeah, just so think about what we've had then this year, right? And so everyone's all off balance, right? With this, everything's been tipped up. So now we have the confirmation of UFOs. I mean, that's a brilliant example to drag into this, and on top of all the other stuff that we'd stacked up. So now we've got UFOs coming in, and this week we had that guy from Israel basically saying there are aliens. But
Oh yeah, there's a Galactic Federation, and we're not in it. And yeah, well, we can't really tell you about it because we don't want people to freak out. Like the classic story. It's all so ridiculous. Like everything all at once.
mm,
How are they? It's it's exasperating even.
it,
Like just keeping up with all this
it is.
because
And I've just got.
I'm living in a comic book.
It is a comic book, and the chat. I don't know if you're watching the chat, right? But they're saying "say it," right, which is plandemic. Well, I have an issue with going down that avenue because I think that the
I
plan.
agree with you on that too, because from everything I can tell, it is a thing and it is real, but there is no situation in which you've got an opportunity to use that you don't use it, or in the
Mm,
words of Rahm Emanuel, never let a tragedy go to waste.
mm. And so is it, well, you could say it's it's a plandemic, but I've always said, well, if these people are so sociopathic, psychopathic, releasing an agent like this that does cause damage, right? You couldn't fake it. That would be my argument. There's no way that you could fake this type of shutting down of the world without people obviously seeing that there is.
There has to be something there.
Yes, and I don't think
And
all the
that's something.
scientists, they're not all in on it, right? And
No, certainly not. But the problem there is how many are, and how many are just willing to follow the status quo because they don't want to lose face, because this is what everyone believes. It's the scientific consensus. You do believe it, don't you?
Mm.
You don't want to be, kicked out of everything and thought of as some sort of crazy conspiracy theorist.
And yeah, again, it's so I guess Todd is one of your friends or listeners, and it's definitely exaggerated. But I'm not sure. Again, I would be careful about that language because I'm not sure. We don't know the long-term etiology that's gonna pan out. Do we see?
No, it's brand new. And we're already seeing it do some incredibly novel and frightening things.
Mm,
Who knows how long some of them will last? I mean, there are people that still don't have their sense of smell back that have been free of infection for many months now.
yes, yes, and
And that is clear neurological damage.
yes. I mean, I'm on board with that, but I've also been leery of the types of shutdowns that they're imposing, right? Because Japan hasn't done that. There has been this air of normality here. Yes, people are careful, right? Family was off school and work today because there's sniffles going around, and it does seem like colds. It doesn't seem SARS-like.
You could speak for yourself. It is very much a real thing.
And
We talked about that the last time. You had quite a bout with the stuff.
yes, yeah, and I think I've had it again, right? And this time I've had nowhere near as bad, but two symptoms which I've never had before in my life: chilblains on my toes, when basically I'm an indoor cat now, and COVID itch, right? And the chilblains are symmetrical on each foot, which would kind of imply to me some sort of neural distribution, a bit like the herpes zoster. You get shingles, and you get a pattern down your dermatome where it's active, and so we've got that to throw into the equation as well, because we know people are getting recurrent infections, right? So we know that it's hanging around in the body. There was
And for chat here, they're wondering, what is a chilblain?
oh, I mean, usually they're associated with like frost. It's the stage before frostbite, where you get a cold injury to your extremities, and usually your toes, right? You feel your toes go cold if you're out in the snow and ice, and they basically come out like mine came out like white blisters, and they're quite painful, and yeah, and literally I wouldn't have thought anything of it much, but there's two, one on each big toe, and on the inside of the big toe next to the other toes, right? And it's classic chilblain.
Daddy,
Yes,
That's absolutely fascinating.
I watched a Roblox video to teach you how to bully kids back.
Good, good. Let Daddy talk. Daddy's working, okay? Good boy. Close the door. Sorry about that.
The young master.
So there are these. So I don't know whether to say has it been exaggerated or not. Is the right vernacular to use? Have they taken advantage of it? Is probably a better way of sort of trying to think of what is going on, and in the sense of
That's basically undeniable.
Yes, and so go to the World Economic Forum and go to their website, and you've got that crazy Venn diagram which links to gigabytes of data and how they're going to sort of roll things out. And what is the fourth industrial revolution? Is that what I was looking for? Well, no, this is a YouTube clip, but it's long. But this is one with, I think, Klaus Schwab in it. It's not the one with the interview. But there is. Let me just go to their page. But go to their webpage, everyone. I'll find the link.
Yeah, that'll be weforum.org. I'll have it linked in the thing below, because there's just all sorts of good, horrifying shit you can look over that they're planning. It's I mean, they're just right there, out in the open with it.
Right,
I mean, there's
in
some
your
stuff
face.
in here that's not horrifying, monstrous, supervillain shit, but I mean, there's a lot that really, really is.
And look at the people involved. I'm just scrolling down the page. You've got Christine Lagarde, head of the IMF. They're talking about bringing in central bank cryptocurrencies, post-pandemic, how to rebuild resilience and trust. Like I said, and here's their crazy Venn diagram. Hey, Matter. Hey, good boy. Where is it? Oh, nice. Good boy. Show everyone your teeth. Come here. Smile at the camera. Show your teeth. There it is. Yeah, it came out. No. Oh, you got some blood as well. Good boy. Just got a tooth.
Congratulations.
Put it with the others. So here's the link for the crazy Venn diagram for people that want to take a look. There it is in the chat. Let me just give it to you. And let me just make that full screen now. And is it going to let you... Because I tried to download it. You have to sign up to download it. But... They wouldn't let me have the actual file itself, so I can only do what's in the internet. So you're supposed to be able to sort of load a page up, and you can see that there's all this data that we can't see. Let me just see if I can log in right now. Do the link, but create an account. Can I do it? Do I want to create an account with them? I'm being very
Yeah, I can say personally, I have no desire to do that.
right.
I don't want to ever show up on their radar.
Right, and well, no doubt we are anyway. And the question is, how much of a problem do they think we are? And I would imagine that, of course, they've modeled this into their calculations that there are people that are going to call them out. How much weight do they have? You know, how quickly can channels be taken away? How much can the AI be weighted so that my channel gets taken down for getting up to close my door, right? And use a fake weak pass. Yeah, I'll do it offline. I'm not going to do it right now. And I tried to register before, but it didn't let me do it, and so they seem to be selective, and maybe now they're less so, but everyone can go to that page, and if you want to log in, and you can see there's artificial intelligence there, and there's just pages and pages and pages of it that you can see, and they've got all this stuff there, all this information with how they're going to deal with and how it's going to grow. And it's I guess it's the 21st century equivalent of Das Kapital, and I guess science has to play a role, but who's watching?
Well, here we have our main man just rolling right down. I see Bill Gates, the 5 biggest setbacks COVID-19 has had on sustainable developments, just back on the 22nd of September.
This is on their page.
Oh, yeah, just scrolling down on the WE forum.
Look, and science, right? Just so on the top, right, of their page, for people who are just listening to this. So the top is highlights: vaccination, COVID-19 with a glove and a mask. Next to that is systemic racism, Black Lives Matter. And next to that is science with a colored, ambiguous, I'm presuming, lady with a mohawk. And, different...
Loves the science.
You have to say
or
that.
I should say they love the science. That's right.
Right. and then below that, Whitey seems to make something of an appearance, and it's it's disturbing. What am I? I'm at the home page, and I'm on intelligence. I don't know. But people can go look at this, and it seems to me that you're watching 90% of this play out. Now the key feature here is it's a lot of it's being done under green theories, or what would you call them? Policies that they're going for this carbon neutral idea. Which
using that guise. I mean, that's a really good analogy for what they tried to do with the last stimulus package. There was a pretty sizable stimulus package that would have taken care of everybody's needs and sent out another stimulus check to everybody in America. But they had put a bunch of these specific poison pills in there, it would have removed, you can never use voter IDs ever again, which is abjectly insane that America is the only country in the world where voter IDs are not a thing.
Mm. Yeah.
How can you vote without an ID? It's absolutely astounding. Everywhere else in the world, they have this very basic thing.
Mm. And what to do? This is the question. And like I say, a few months ago it was just unwrapping what is the science of the virus, to now we're looking at the 21st century equivalent of the Bolshevik Revolution again. But the Klaus Schwab, oligarch, communitarian. I don't know. There's so many adjectives you can slap onto it. That and this is the problem. It's difficult to. Everyone can see it, but it's very difficult to pin down.
Absolutely, because it's very spread out,
Mm.
and it's just kind of built in at a low level into so many different organizations and ideals, kind of all working together towards something. If you take to account the academia that's been greatly subverted with a lot of this gobbledygook,
Mm, yeah.
and just pumping out a bunch of automatons to spew this rhetoric.
Yes.
And it's kind of gotten to the point of self-propagation.
Well, more than that, and you make a good point about it being very distributed. And actually, what it's built on is it's built on the architecture of the one technology that was designed to survive the Armageddon of the last conflict of the Cold War, which is the internet. So where do you come at it? You can't. Right?
Well, the only thing you can do is you can expose it, and if enough see it, and the internet still exists, something can be done. It's a weight of people because it seems like we don't really have a government. Well, we might. It depends on how this all plays out, but we don't really worldwide have anyone that's working actively to combat this.
And the problem is that it's the architecture, the old architecture with respect to how you respond to this, which is, what nation states were built on, and you can say we had, moves towards globalization. The powers that exist, I would argue, are not geared towards dealing with this type of problem, this supranational. It's not a country that you're going up against, right? And if you're going to go to war with the World Economic Forum, who are you declaring it against, and where are you going to send your gunships? That's the problem.
Absolutely.
And there's everyone knows about Space Force, and the British Army has done they're removing their tank battalions and then investing in cyber warfare, right? And right now, those units are being used as nudge, psyop nudge elements in distributing the vaccine in the UK. So
I'm hearing that there's been a lot of talk of utilizing the National Guard to distribute the vaccines. Maybe by force, maybe not. I haven't really heard a lot by force, but I have heard that the National Guard will be doing a lot towards making sure that the vaccines, the various ones that are rolled out, are rolled out quickly, and
like the infrastructure is there, right? And so but then if you come back out and extrapolate from that, what have you got? Suddenly those are NGOs and World Economic Forum are suddenly by de facto controlling the military, right? It's
even if only in one aspect. Yes, it is something. It is something to consider.
Yeah, and so Todd from Work says the Canadian military is currently wargaming their vaccine distribution plan. It's called Operation Vector. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no.
They have to go with all these ominous names, too. Dominion voting, Operation Vector.
Like I say, it's I'm in a dream. I've bought the shitty novel. I'm in a dream on the plane, and I just took one or two extra Xanax to make the flight go. I can't get out the dream, and I'm stuck in an that must be what's going on, because it's too improbable. Well, it's not improbable, is it? I guess the message I wanted to get home, if we had a take home from all of this, is that right now, all that big picture stuff, stop worrying about it. Where the focus should go is to EcoHealth Alliance, right? And is there a case to be made that they've engaged in scientific research that has led to this current state, and just see if it's possible, if Americans, if you know a lawyer or a firm, is it possible to bring a case against them? And
Oh, that's a fascinating question. Well, I imagine it is. It's just, can you find someone's got the stones to do it?
well, the the other thing is that they're obviously very well connected, right? So again, we know that the systems are broken, and I've got Google search up for Peter Daszak, and I can see who do I see down there? Co-authors Ian Lipkin, right? Ian Lipkin is deep within the Chinese Communist Party. There's pictures of him receiving medals, and he's online of bragging about having access to China that other people don't, and obviously with alongside Peter Daszak and EcoHealth. But in effect, that does tie into specific institutes that you could target. So we know that there was Charles Lieber, the neuroscientist, which is another spooky story that again gets stacked onto this, ties to Wuhan. Okay, and basically he's under indictment right now, and I guess awaiting charges for not declaring funding from China itself. But you look at the type of technologies that they were working on, which is this sort of melding of the silicon with neural networks. Again, we've gone from what I saw as, my field and my science suddenly being accelerated, right? Like you say, the blowtorch and the what did I say? Microwave, right? Have been
The blowtorch, the microwave, they've turned the heat up. They've turned the heat up in the room too. They've got the stove going at maximum.
And right now, so in the chat as well. This is another factor that people are talking about. So apparently, we're in a grand solar minimum, right, which is periods associated with a lot of turmoil on globally, and they happen about every 300-400 years, Maunder minimums, right? And so they're in a position to leverage that data as well, right? Because the theory is that you're going to see more natural disasters, the hurricanes are going to kick up, etc. And the well, again, yeah, we're describing the conspiracists' wet dream. It seems to me.
It's really something. I mean, just so many of these things that kind of all come together and make you sound like a conspiracy. Well, like just the classic cartoonish conspiracy theorist with the tinfoil hat. I mean, like we're talking about the chemicals in the water making the frogs gay, but then you find out that there are chemicals in the water that aren't turning the frogs gay because frogs don't do that, but are actually hermaphrodizing the frogs. So it's like, well, okay.
Again, you're forced to confront. Well, and it's not only that. Think how many people right now are buying into a end times narrative in a religious sense that's been bubbling, and I would say it's accelerated since 9/11, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And
there's been all sorts of people that have been specifically trying to push those narratives, as a matter of fact, since then.
Yes, and so a lot of these people are, if it's the Hebrews dancing around singing Moshiach now, to the Christians thinking the Messiah's coming on a cloud, to Islam thinking the Mahdi is coming out of a well.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, and today apparently the Ayatollah Khomeini has died. That's.
I heard about that yesterday, and I hadn't heard anything about it. It was just some basic rumors.
I'm sorry, man. Someone just put in the chat. This is from Kevin. Good first name. The frogs prefer to be called gender fluid.
Indeed.
That's great. So you've got that stacked on, right? And so tell me a facet that it doesn't have with respect to grand narratives. Debunk it is the question, and
That's getting harder and harder to do.
yeah.
I mean, there was a time when you could just say, "Oh, that's just really silly. There's no connections." But I mean, even today, you can Google these things, and that in and of itself isn't exactly a statement if it weren't for the fact that what Google has become today is a censorious arm of
But again, it's an organization that
And
seems to operate outside or by its own rules.
absolutely. And well, I mean, understanding even that we're going to be on that very platform and are right now, still, well, I guess that's kind of the thing. I mean, it's so ubiquitous that we're even using it here to get out the message of the wrong they're doing.
Well, but in their mind, we're just data points to them. Right. This is the problem. This is why I say to everyone, right, the enemy that you're going to fight in the US, you can't poke your armor light out your window and get a bead on it. It's too nebulous, and it's all being done through policy and these trades, this all these agreements. So what are you going to go and demonstrate again? What are you going to go and struggle against? And you have to do that in the context of, well, they've released a bio agent to help speed it along as a catalyst, right? Because the rhetoric from Klaus Schwab is, we have a window right now with COVID to do this great reset. And so
what they would have normally taken kind of a long time to do a proper slow burn, they're just going all out.
Yeah, they're going for it. This is their move. And what advice do you do? I still think it makes sense to keep your cover right now, because I don't think if you get arrested by them, again, you get, what does this machine work with? Data, right? So if you're interacting with it beyond the superficial, I mean, we're just packets right now to it that it's probably not paying that much attention to. But if you physically go out in meat space and do something, and it doesn't matter which side you're on, and you get profiled in some way, so your biometrics get taken in some manner, that they just say, oh, that person, sits like this. And this is the whole issue with I forgot the name of.
Well, to speak further on that point, be as uninteresting a data point as you possibly can. Be as utterly mundane and banal as you can imagine.
Especially right now. You don't want to go into the hospitals. You don't want to go to demonstrations. I mean, it might be difficult if they're out in your front garden doing something, but it really, I would say, it behoves yourself right now to tread lightly. You need to be like Grasshopper from Kung Fu, right? Walking through the chaos. It is chaos, right? And that's
really is.
And that's what they want. So again, we thought, again, you're using one of the conspiracy tropes, order out of chaos. That's what the people that focus on the Masons and so yeah. There comes a point where you have to say, well, not contribute to the problem, and this is one thing that we have seen is people running off with their narratives, and in a sense they might be right, but when you've got and like I say, this is what pulled me online, which was there's a large number of people who still don't think the virus is real.
Absolutely not, and that's a fracture point in and of itself.
Yes, very much so. And right now you have, because of them managing to shut down in the West, you've got people that haven't been able to work for months and pay rent, right? And so literally they put people into debt and then come and offer the solution, right? Which is, well, we'll erase the debt, you get your basic income, etc. And then, I don't know, the ones that work and needed, I hope that's a joke from Kevin saying, what virus are you talking about?
Just that one. You may have heard of it.
and
going around,
And Sylvain says, and this is, look, you hear this a lot, only way is to put pressure on the politicians. If this is not an option, there you go, democracy is a scam. Well, that's kind of a moot point when we're seeing these supranational organizations manipulate democracies in such a way that it's forcing their agenda. So the political process hasn't worked. And that doesn't mean that's a failure of. I missed it. You have to. There's a problem with the connection that. I don't know if you've got like compression or something, but it takes a while so I miss a lot of what you say. So.
Oh, that's very odd. Let me. I'll bring the mic a little closer to see if that helps too.
Yeah,
But beyond that, I was going to say that it's not necessarily that the system has broken apart. It's just that it's been subverted.
Yes, that's the issue. We are dealing with mass subversion, and then so then another trope comes up. Who are the subverters? And historically, we know who they are, right? So, what are you supposed to do? And Sylvain, so I have a lot of heated dialogue with this person in the chat right now, right? Who's in China, right? Who says that China is the victim of a sort of, I guess, plot by the West to have blame put on it for SARS-CoV-2. Okay, and
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's a weak position because the head of the CCP is very close to the World Economic Forum. The politics line up too easily when you start digging into it, and you can Google Klaus Schwab, and you can do it with Trump, but I've got it autocomplete. Klaus Schwab, Dr. Evil. But,
he really does fit the aesthetic.
Very much so. So there's literally no. Oh God, it comes another. Mind me later. G meets Schwab. Let's just do the last year. Well, last year's probably difficult, right? But because we've been
yet again back to the subversion.
Yeah, and who's doing what? And so let me just see if I can find the page where Klaus Schwab, Marxist, right? And they admit it on the World Economic Forum, Marxist. So this is a short clip from Sky News Australia. I played this the other day, and I don't know. I'm going to put the link for you so you can listen to it. So people that are watching this right now, we can. I'm going to play it, and like I said, I don't know. You're obviously not going to be able to hear it, but.
The COVID-19 crisis has shown us that our old systems are not fit anymore for the 21st century. It has laid bare the fundamental lack of social cohesion, fairness, inclusion, and equality. In short, we need a great reset. We have a choice to remain passive, which would lead to the amplification of many of the trends we see today. Polarization, nationalism, racism, and ultimately increased social unrest and conflicts. But we have another choice. We can build a new social contract, particularly integrating the next generation. We can change our behavior to be in harmony with nature again. And we can make sure that the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution are best utilized to provide us with better lives. It is obvious that we are in the midst of the most severe crisis the world has experienced since World War II. 75 years ago, countries and people came together to shape the post-war global order, which brought us decades of peace, increased global cooperation and prosperity to hundreds of millions of people around the world. Now is the historical moment, the time, not only to fight severe virus, but to shape the system for the need for the post-corona era.
And I'm just pausing it there because there it stops with, well, obviously Chinese military, well-trained, smart-looking lot, and yeah, this is a capitalism indeed creates inequality, but it's also the only system known which also creates equality. This is said by Sky News, but
it's kind of breathtaking, like the brazenness of it all.
Yeah, very much so. And then so Sandra's pointed out in our chat, universal basic income will come and you will own nothing and be happy. At the barrel of a Chinese bullpup rifle. And it might even...
Or at the very least, someone that is not from your country, because that's the easiest thing. If you can just have someone that isn't from there, they don't have to care about you.
So, do they even need to do that? It's
in a lot of cases, no. I mean, you can just go to a city as opposed to a small town, and that's enough to get cops to stop caring about a lot of people.
And
then, you do these kind of lockdowns and things. You can also tie that in and make use of the opportunity to make people hate cops again. And draw out that section of society, draw another wedge in between people that you can use to have greater control over them.
We're, like I say, what do you do right now? And don't
right now.
Yeah,
there's not exactly anything to do. We have to wait and see what happens. This really kind of falls on the courts, and if the courts can give us some kind of resolution to some of these issues, which are actually being brought up, I'm not even specifically referring to the election. There's a few things in court that could go somewhere if they can get anything out and get the intelligence agencies doing what they're supposed to be doing for a time. I've got a weird crackle.
Yeah, I heard it. Not sure it's my end.
Oh, bizarre.
But
nonetheless, I mean, if if any of these suits can get intelligence agencies doing their job again, then this kind of subversion can be at least fought back against.
So this would come down to, so I talk about this in the Brendan O'Connell worldview, which is the Belt and Road Initiative, and a lot seems to be playing to that narrative as well. And I've spoke before that not a lot of people know that under Trump has poured billions into rail connection that goes from the sort of tip of Alaska that's going to go across the Bering Straits into Russia to connect Alberta, Canada, and in a way it kind of you can't stop time, and you can't.
The inevitable march of progress, as they say.
Yes, and to our children, it's just going to seem the norm. I guess my concern is, are we able to get past this change without there being bloodshed, or more bloodshed than there's already been? Because in my mind, there's been enough. And
the direct answer to that is no. The question then is how much? Because no matter what happens, falling back to the whole save America, save the world thing, even if America is saved, it's going to get ugly. There are these agents and they're useful idiots that are going to, well, I mean, if there's not anything more they can do, then they have to go to their very last resort, and their last resort is violence. They are thankfully outnumbered, but that will be a very ugly thing to see. I can only hope that we are left with the smaller amount of bloodshed than the larger that would result from this going through. But that also ties into the timelines being off, because with this having been scheduled out a number of years and had to be run up at as the whole timeline had been rolled back even to a degree.
I mean, to me, it feels like they've, like you were, sorry for interrupting, but it's like you were saying, it's what was appeared to be sort of 10 years down the road has suddenly had to be kicked off right now. And yeah, I would just finish that thought with I don't know who did that. Todd says, "How much blood? Well, it won't be less than last time," which is disturbing.
That depends on the last time you're talking about.
Well, I mean, we have to. I would presume global. Let's presume world war, right? So, 55 million dead at a minimum in the. If you just took the basic 5 years of what the classic 1940 to 1945, I think that's 55 million years. Add on what came before and after it, and you get it's well over 100 million. You could argue that perished, especially when you take in Mao and the Great Leap Forward, and I mean, he's saying just technology levels are higher than World War II. I mean, what I would hope is that the weapons are more sophisticated than World War II. That you can get the march of progress is inevitable. I guess it's the argument about who gets what at the table and how much scraps are going to be left for us.
Well, you could even argue that we're in a world war at this moment.
Oh yeah, I've argued that for a long time.
It's a very different kind of war.
Yeah, it's
a real 21st century war. It's an information war, and it's a cyber war, and an economic one for that matter as well.
Yeah, and it's
the culture war as well to throw in that mix too. Which is obviously stirred by interlopers from all sides, some more than others, but that's just how it always is.
Yep. Like I say, where do you pin your particular piece on the board? Well, the thing is, I don't think the board has crystallized enough yet to really be saying much beyond, well, take basic preparations. And I would say that applies more in the West than it does in the East, because in the East they just seem more organized for these types of things. Japan has
Absolutely.
it's a natural disaster zone, the whole country, and they're sort of the civic posture is good. But we've seen the United States again, one of its what was a supposed strength, which is this right to protest and free speech, be
Subverted.
Yeah, subverted. I was trying to find another word because it goes around in circles, and the thing is, we know where that goes, right? And so I would sort of continue the dialogue along the lines of the thesis put forward by Brendan O'Connell. And now I don't buy everything that he puts forward, but that we know that there's been mass technology transfers out of the West through Israel into China, right? That's not a big secret. And we also know there's footage of Benjamin Netanyahu basically saying that Israel controls so much of the modern infrastructure with respect to data that they consider themselves within the classic I-5 countries, right? And now they're a new one. Now,
and especially with with all the peace deals that have been done to get them recognized by so many in the Middle East.
I'm just going to ask Darlene if you have a link for Krause's studies in Israel. That would be useful. Can we have a look at that? So I know he'd studied in China. I know he'd been at I think he'd been to Harvard, Yale, and Stanford. Let's just see if that's just on his bio. But it's an unspoken truism that I would argue that people rail at the classic Pharisees, but the technological country that is he's an honorary professor at Ben Gurion University. Interesting. Professor Klaus Schwab. So, Jesus, like all these awards, and this is not normal. This is where you've played the game, and doors have been opened for you in ways that seem too too synchronistic.
Convenient.
Yeah, very convenient. Let's just see.
Coincidental, you could even say.
You have to say that again.
Purely coincidental.
So he's trustee for the Peres Center, Tel Aviv, Israel. Let's just see how many. He's an honorary professor at Ben Gurion University, Israel. Peres Center for Peace. So just reverse that for war. And Doctorate of Philosophy, Ben Gurion University, 1999. And all these honorary doctorates that people push out in a career that national distinctions. National Order of Merit of Germany, Commander's Cross of the National Order Merit, Germany, Knight of the Legion d'Honneur of France. Fuck, excuse me. I mean, literally that list in this page, that's literally the sort of list of all the, you've got not only a trifecta, multifecta of, secret, clandestine groups, right? They're wow.
Yeah, I can imagine there's quite a bit here. There's just pages and pages and pages on the guy. It's really interesting that he's finally kind of come out from the shadows, as it were. And you have to wonder, is there someone that's telling him what to think?
Right. And you have to presume that there's something behind him. He's not there just by himself. And this is something that I've always tried to say to people is, there's these entities, because that's what they are essentially, especially if you want to think in the metaphysical domain. I guess it's an easy way of just saying it doesn't have any physical substance, but in the philosophical domain, say, there's people that, and we know this, hundreds and hundreds of people come to his or not the Dahl is a machine with respect to.
I will go ahead and grab a link to his.
Well, I'm just looking at his wiki, but
he's got. There's quite a lot. He's gotten a lot from all these people that are. Well, I shouldn't say people, from all these organizations that a number of people might consider suspect.
Yeah,
not in like a fly-by-night kind of way, but in a these people have been doing things behind the scenes for a long time, and everybody's heard their name who kind of runs in those circles.
Grand Cordon of the Order of the Rising Sun of Japan. Come on. Is it? Let's just. I've never heard of that, but let's just see what. The Order of the Rising Sun is a Japanese order.
2011 Order of Polar Star of the Mongolian People's Republic. At last I heard, Mongolia was distinctly Chinese.
Yes. And let me see. It's Japanese order. Established by Emperor Meiji, the order was the first national decoration awarded by the Japanese government. The order is awarded to those who have made distinguished achievements in international relations, promotions of Japanese culture, advancements in their field in welfare, or preservation of the environment.
I can very much see him getting it under environmental
yes.
precepts.
Well, there's a whole list of John McCain is in there as receiving it.
Of course.
Dick Cheney.
Of course.
Who else could I see in this list?
Real peace-loving man.
Right. Do I see Trump?
Toomer, you did us all a service. F's in chat for Toomer.
So Trump is not in there. No, Trump. Trump has not been awarded this order. So in this narrative, right, the one person who has sort of taken a contrary position has been Trump. Right? He's the one that's gone to. He had that famous speech at the World Economic Forum where he just said the environmentalists basically have got out of control. And there's a picture of him shaking hands with Schwab, and it looks very standoffish. Trump is bigger than him, and Trump is looking away in the picture, and but you see him shaking hands with Xi Jinping, and there's love in their eyes between them. So
it's really something. Everyone's so. All the powers that be seem connected in some way, but I mean, they kind of have to be if they're running countries and kind of the world in their way.
So here's a. So I'll pull this link up just before following this. So, does capitalism need some Marxism to survive the fourth industrial revolution? That's off the World Economic Forum. That's part of Schwab's thesis. There's an interview he does where he talks about the same thing. Summer Davos returns to Tianjin, China next week with an almost apocalyptic feel as attending leaders and technology pioneers debate what life will look like following the robot-driven fourth industrial revolution. No doubt students of capitalism will be experiencing a pang of déjà vu about now, for it was Karl Marx himself that first grappled with capitalism's internal contradictions sometime between the first and second industrial revolutions. Marx observed that capitalists paid workers less than the value of their labour in order to make a profit, when expressed cumulatively, meant workers would be unable to afford the very goods they produced. Oh, and it's a long article, but there's the push now.
Of course, it's an article. It's about Marx. That you can't really put that shit succinctly, because if you do, it all just sounds very stupid.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing. I've sat and looked at this a lot, and there are things that he says that can say, okay, that's a valid point. So in this sense, they're talking about automation, and it's true that many of the jobs that we are reliant on today can get automated away. So think how much of the backbone of countries is made up by truck drivers and moving of goods. And if that all becomes automated, suddenly you've got a whole cohort of wage earners and males generally who suddenly they have to learn to code? Is that where we're going?
Well, the thing about it is, too, it makes you wonder why there would be such a push against revealing like some sort of galactic federation or aliens up until now. I mean, if you were to reveal it now, that would give everyone the out. It's like, oh, well, actually, there's another solution, and it's right here. We can actually just go colonize Mars or the moon and get all the resources there and not have to worry about polluting this world or whatever. But that would give people hope and independence. And those are kind of things that we see wanting to be smashed out with great prejudice.
Yeah, and I do not have a solution in that respect. I don't. So it's going to come down to is this push, if it's not successful, presumably they just pull back a little bit and wait for the next. They've caused enough chaos this time that, well, they've already kind of hinted what they're going to do next, which is the infrastructure is.
They're already telegraphing. They're already saying what they're going to do,
and that's the networks, right? The next crisis is the weakness inherent in the internet. So we can't attack it, but they can, right? And imagine, so people are losing their minds right now. Imagine what happens when they've lost internet for 6 months. People will go bonkers.
Yeah, people wouldn't know what to do without that. And that was one of the biggest crimes old Barry ever did, was turning over the ICANN registration. That was such a horrible move. It really should have stayed in American hands, where there is a specific First Amendment.
Yep. And well, here we are. And
here we are indeed.
You know, I can't. How long ago was it? About 3 weeks ago we spoke.
I believe so.
Yeah, and so we've gone from they're literally still just talking about the ins and outs of the virus as itself and what should be doing, to literally we're teetering on the edge of the cliff of, like I say, the conspiracists' wet dream. And
You do, indeed. All we can do right now is just try and find as many answers as we can and spread them to as many people as possible. The more know, the more can do something, and maybe the information gets to someone that actually has the power to do something.
So, I mean, this is a hypothetical, but we know that Trump stopped funding going to EcoHealth. EcoHealth, I think, is the chink in the armor that could be leveraged in the US, rather than coming out and trying to rail at the virus itself, okay, by, arguing about shutdowns or getting into fights about masks. The American people right now at this moment in time need to say, what, we're focusing on this organization, hold them responsible. And like I say, go through Daszak's Twitter, right? And he's bragging about opening up expensive champagne on the night of the election because Biden won. Right? Because I think he knows that he's on the hook potentially if the election doesn't go towards Biden.
Oh, any number of people are. There's too much that's been set up to try and make this happen again, because if it falls apart, that means the elections can be fixed.
Mm.
And if the elections can be fixed, then that makes it a lot harder to do something like this in the future.
So, I mean, how would you feel then if they said, okay, we're redoing the election and this time it has to be paper ballots only picked up at the ballot station? You've got to have a valid ID and telephone number, an address, and it's overseen by the military. As an American, how would that sit with you?
Personally, I would take no issue with that. I'd rather a little bit less invasive need for information, but considering the situation, if that were under some sort of martial declaration, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily take issue with it.
And who would you see taking issue with it?
Most of the usual suspects. Most of the people that have a problem with voter ID laws and that have a problem with people having legitimate responsibilities.
And
or the people that have a problem with tracking and what am I trying to think of?
So like sovereign citizens and
oh, certainly.
You think they would be problematic?
I would imagine so. I mean, is a sovereign citizen going to vote anyway, though? I mean, are they just going to hop on their land yacht and sail down to the...
But who's the guy that always keeps getting arrested? Bundy? Is that his name? But they sort of seized some land up in, I think it was Oregon.
the Bureau of Land Management. Yeah, the Bundy Ranch, I believe so. Yeah.
So, I mean, that sort of class of people, I mean, I mean it in a derogatory sense, but do you think under the current circumstances they would reject entirely the idea of this sort of martial law driven election? I mean, literally,
managed martial law type election. I think a great number of them would actually go for it just on the merits of this is an important period and point in time, and your participation can mean quite a lot. So I think a lot of people would take a bit of that intrusion to actually get a real answer and get a real vote. I mean, I personally would. I don't care for it. I'm kind of in that same vein of person, but I would take a little bit of that personal intrusion to be able to know that my vote was counted.
And if you had to think of the most obvious way that they could spoof that arrangement, what would you? I mean, obviously this time they used postal voting and what was the name of the machines?
Oh, the Dominion machine?
Dominion. What the hell? Sorry, dude, for that's almost comic book like as well.
It is. It all is.
Dominion, Jesus Christ. Oh. Does it have 666 after it?
No, but apparently they do have a Chinese cellular phone
Oh
that
no.
they use to connect back to their main database if the port has been opened and it's been connected, of all things.
Wow. And it's true that the owner of the president of the company went into the Biden administration?
I can't say specifically, but I believe so, yes. And as a matter of fact, I believe when he stepped off of that, one of their people, oh, what is it? Like, I can't remember exactly what happened.
But
Someone, oh yeah, no. What happened? An Open Society Foundation person is now been listed as going into the Biden administration, and then the person that replaced the Open Society Foundation was not him, but the other person at either Dominion or Smartmatic is now going to be one of the heads of Open Society Foundation.
I just got to understand.
Because of course it has to tie back to that.
So the Open Society Foundation, that's the... that's
Soros' favorite pet project.
Right. What was the group that the Republicans that were against Trump, what were they calling themselves?
The Lincoln Project?
Lincoln Project, that's right. And...
oh, talk about a psyop full of useful idiots.
Dude, man, like I say, I love the US. I live there long time. I wish I was, well, I don't. If I was in the US, you know, I'd like to be. Montana is where I wanted to be, but you know, with lots of acreage. But dang, I'm worried for the United States right now. That's how chaotic it looks. From
well, to just give my take on things as it appears right now, if this, we'll call it theft, is successful, with the timeline having been so accelerated and so many people being aware of the things that are going on, there will be blood. There will be a lot of blood. And where it has been caught early enough, it shouldn't be oceans of blood, maybe just rivers. But, you know, Tree of Liberty and all that. Beyond that, though, I think everything's been caught early enough that the Republic can be saved. Now, the problem with that is that's a completely distracted United States of America. Completely unable to deal with outside issues. And what does China do with a completely distracted United States of America? What does the European Union do? We don't really have an answer to that. And I can imagine the ones that anyone's going to think of are not very good.
Well, I mean, you know, I think China would be modest in its territorial. I mean, because that, like we were saying, the warfare is more at this information level and the tech level. But for sure, I can see under such circumstances, China waltzing into Taiwan with America unable to do anything. We did nothing about Hong Kong. And quite, I mean, you'd have to go back to the sort of like Boxer type rebellion where you sort of saw some imperial power coming and trying to say to China, no, you're not going to do what you want. And that didn't turn out very well. And yeah, I don't see, I mean, you've got two carrier groups here right now. Are they going to stay put in such circumstances?
I mean, I don't have answers yet. Everything's all up in the air right now, like worldwide. It's there isn't anything we can really do other than just speculate at this point, because there's so many threads in the air now, and we have to see what lands and where.
And I mean, perish the thought, but the rivers of blood arrive, would you best estimate or best case scenario? How long does that last?
Not longer than a year. Less, a few months maybe. Although I could not see, I couldn't see a prolonged conflict on American soil between Americans lasting longer than 6 months. Not reasonably.
I mean, and
with foreign interference, that could change. But
well, you've already got foreign interference. That's the problem.
Well, no, I mean direct. I mean like direct armies, that sort of thing. I'm just talking as things are right now, without any foreign armies rolling in to give aid to either side. I see that being resolved inside of 6 months. But international players being what they are, being greedy as they are, and being as uninterested in the individual American citizen as they are, I could absolutely see them. I don't even have answers because I don't know which way it would go. Everything's just play it by ear right now because the timelines are all fucked up. Nothing's going according to anyone's plan, as far as I can tell. And the only thing we can do is just, we don't even have enough information to know where things are going to land yet. It's just, I genuinely don't like being at this point or position, but there's nothing to be done about it. So, all we can do is just try and make it.
So, and again, what I would say, it's not something that's unknown right now. That we've seen this set of events, in obviously at smaller scale, but we've seen how these events go, which are these color revolutions. And I've just looked at my comments and says, wait till the blue helmets join the battle. And
as we've said in episodes that you were not included in, if you see a blue helmet, run.
As well, I would say red, but as well, but that could be British paratroopers. I'd hope they're on your side. But they should be. Well, hopefully, they're not just wearing their berets. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what you've covered in your previous streams, but I'm just reading. Every time anyone says that Israel is our only friend in the Middle East, I can't help but think that before Israel, we had no enemies in the Middle East, and that was John Sheehan. I'm not sure who John Sheehan is, but I'm not sure how accurate that statement is. We were fighting the Turks and the Muslims, and that's somewhat inaccurate.
For a pretty long while. It hasn't been forever, but there has been some kind of something going on there because they've had oil for about as long as we've needed oil. Before then, we didn't really care, interestingly enough. But once we started using lots of oil,
well, it's not. You go back far enough in history, and they pushed out of the Middle East. The Middle Ages wasn't until, what was the Battle of Vienna? 1660. Don't tell me it was 1666. Really? Is that what we've come up to? What's the Gates of Vienna date? Gates of Vienna. I know that's September 11th, 1683, and I'm pretty sure it's September 11th. Yeah, September 11th.
Yeah, it was. Date 12th of September. The Battle of Vienna was the 12th of September, 1683. The Gates, yes, September 11th, of course. Because these people love their numbers. They love their numerology. Yeah. I swear it. I was really expecting something super weird on this Friday the 13th. I really was. I'm kind of surprised it didn't jump.
Well, I mean, there's the planetary alignment on the 21st, right, with Saturn and Jupiter lining up, and yes, the idea that these people use symbology and these dates seem very critical to them. I mean, again, who are we talking about? And another tangent off this story, if we want to speak about our greatest ally in the Middle East, is where the change towards how individuals. So this is from English, but so British English. So under sort of common law, where we'd sort of agreed that there was this sovereignty of man, and under Magna Carta, and then guess the year when that was subverted. Do you know?
Not offhand.
So, it was the same year as the Great Fire of London, and and the year is 1666, and at the same time, you have Jewish cult, the Sabbateans, started. Were they started in 1666? Sabbatean. So, and Frankism, and I want to say 1666 was their sort of emergence. Yeah, so 1666, Redemption Through Sin. Right, it's just one book I'm looking at, and Heresy We Forgot. And I don't know how sort of familiar you are with that, but apparently that I have to sort of. It's been a long time since I looked at it, and it's a nonsensical prophecy they are talking about, to be honest. Maybe, but a lot of these things are sort of stacking up. And is that why they're doing the World Chakra Box opening ceremony at 9:04 p.m. on the 21st? I think it's the 21st. It wouldn't surprise me. Anxious Aussie.
Oh, of course.
GTX.
I know there was some sort of crazy significance to when they opened up the Large Hadron Collider with the super crazy ritual.
Oh yeah. I mean that was, and there was the opening up of this tunnel in Switzerland. Again, it was just full of all this bizarre, satanic looking imagery, and again, it seems so in your face all the time that literally the people who are pulling the strings at this stage must just literally think that we are cattle, right? To be shoved around and milked, consciousness milked for
money in our labor.
I want to say, like, Admiralty law was established in 1666 as well, right? And that happened at the time of the Seca V Act. Seca V Act. And it's basically the instantiation of government through acts where it's contractual, right? And you have to get into the whole. Are you familiar with this?
No, not at all.
Right. So this is
my expertise.
It's the basis of the free man on the land type movement that as you are born, or basically everything's subject to Admiralty law until you as an individual say that you're claiming your sovereignty, right? That's basically when it began to be enacted. That's the Seca V Act in 1666, and it's days and days of reading. And let me just see. The Responsible Act passed CQV Act 1666 meant all men and women of UK were declared dead and lost beyond the seas. The state takes control until a living man or woman comes back and claims their titles by proving they are alive, and claims for damages can be made. Right? So this is that type of weird free man on the land.
Okay, I am vaguely familiar with this, but I haven't heard a lot of the arguments or really read over it in years and years.
And the thing is, it does apply somewhat, but the problem is that you're always trying to use their system. So to pull yourself out from, to claim your sort of free man on the land status, you have to even go and use their courts, etc. And so it becomes a sort of circular argument. And I guess the understanding is that under the Magna Carta you are sovereign, and then with this act or with this instantiation of the Zekavi Act, they immediately consider you under this admiralty law as soon as you're born. And again, there are threads that sort of tie together with this, and and as this act was being pulled through the Parliament, there's the Great Fire of London, and there's, is that a case of what would they call it, Jewish lightning, right? That we have to be aware of all the time. And like I say, we had this. I don't know how familiar you are with the Sabbateans either, and
I'm not at all. I've only heard the name.
So as our Hebrew cousins are wont to do, is that they believe that the Moshiach has to come, right? That we want the Moshiach. That's what they cry all the time. And so this one rabbi claimed that he was I think he claimed that he was the Moshiach, but basically said that to force the Moshiach's hand, they had to engage in as much subversive behavior as possible, right? And how much this sort of ties in with modern Judaism, that they sort of disavow it, but I'm not sure how much they really do. And again, it's one of these rabbit holes that normally I would be leery of saying don't.
Well, it has its similarities, honestly, to some of the apocalyptic Christian ideals.
Yes.
Although it seems that some of these people are more powerful than the apocalyptic Christians.
Yes, very much so. And again, you're in this domain where you've got the archetype. It's archetype playing in. Okay, and so what do you mean by that? That's the sort of usual response that you get, and then, well, you're stepping into the domain of what Jung called the collective unconscious, and are we really sort of?
Mommy, Daddy says I'm trying to eat my chocolate. What Mommy gave me.
Hey, eat it yourself then. And this I forgot my train of thought because of the youngster, but I think this might be something we should sort of cogitate on a little bit, because we've sort of pulled a lot together in this stream, and I have to go back and sort of familiarize myself with the details of this. But actually, I know who would be a good person to ask, and that's E. Michael Jones. He's very familiar with this, and I wonder if he would be open to discussion. I mean, I do have contact with him.
That might be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, very much.
I'd love to have the two of you guys on to discuss that specifically.
Well,
I'm probably inviting Esther by saying that, but we'll see.
I mean, he's always open for debate, and he's.
I don't even know if we have much of a debate as a conversation on just our understanding of things.
Yeah, I mean, I very much enjoy listening to him, and it's cogent argumentation. If I had to make a criticism, it would be so my problem a lot of the time around, especially all this eschatological stuff, is I think that people can imbue it.
Daddy?
Yes. Yeah, I know it's. I'm gonna have to go. It's dinner time apparently, but
Understood. We're at a pretty good spot anyway. But do finish your thought.
Yes. I forgot what my thought was now. Where was I going? Oh, with E. Michael Jones. So he's everything's through the Roman Catholic lens, and he's you kind of have to let him speak, I think, right? He's at that age where it's not criticism of his age or what he's thinking or anything, but it's like you can take critique with his words and argumentation, I would say, but it's often kind of better to give him the floor, as it were, rather than trying to.
He's at that point, and he's the kind of man that's a bit more of a teacher. So it's better to let him teach, and then maybe question what he has to say afterwards.
Yeah,
certainly, I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, sir, it seems you have got a delicious dinner ready and waiting for you, and I will not hold you from it any longer. It's been a pleasure, and we are going to definitely have to continue the conversation in the future.
Yeah, I will try and arrange something, and please. Subscribe to my backup channel, guys. I'd like to get that above 1,000, if possible. If people are listening to this,
that's the one that will be active that you can check out as well.
Sorry, which one did you say?
Oh, I'll have a link for your
yes.
I'll link for your backup channel. Yeah, that's the one that is going to be functional for the next few weeks.
Yeah, and I'll do the same for yours. And are you putting this on YouTube first, or are you going with?
I always put up the podcast first.
Right, and so that's iTunes, right?
Everywhere, actually.
Everywhere. Oh, okay. Send me those links.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll drop them in the chat.
Yeah, cheers.
But that being said, been an absolute pleasure, and we'll see everyone again soon.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and thanks everyone for listening. Take care.
Yeah, thanks, chat, for being here. I'll drop you. I'll just drop you the big old thing of all my links.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna stop the stream and recording. I'll be back later, guys. And and thank you very much, dude. Take care.
Right. Night.
Of every American, to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interest of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow and is divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students, without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of American capitalism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all these experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he's going to receive a kick in his back pocket. When a military boat crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragedy of the situation of the military. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfilled or not. Your leftists in the United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split and now he's working against something instead. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop he was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, who was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere.
And good evening or good morning this time for a change for me, or wherever you are in the world. I have a very special episode and guest today, and I hope it's going to be a very constructive conversation that we're going to have. I think we have multiple areas of how would you say, cross-discipline with respect to study. So with that, I'd like to introduce my guest today, who's Greg Felton. He's an investigative journalist specializing in the Middle East, Canadian politics, the media, and language. He holds a master's degree in political science from the University of British Columbia, speaks French, Russian, and Mandarin, and his latest book, SARS-CoV-2, Contagion, Collusion, Corruption, is his third. Greg, welcome to the stream. I hope you can hear me, and I hope everything's going well for you, sir.
Well, I can hear you fine, Kevin. How do you hear me?
It sounds good this end. I'll just wait to see if we get any, the crowd starts objecting from the peanut gallery as they point out the failures. The synchronization with Restream didn't work. I really need to figure that out. As far as I can tell, everything should work, but when I hit the stream button, it always starts a new stream. So we've already got 25 people in, and so this is my backup channel. at the moment, Greg.
Okay.
YouTube have put me in the Fort Gulag. So I will upload this onto the bigger channel when the ban is lifted. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Marie, but so anyway, people are saying, hi, Greg, everything sounds good, it would appear.
Okay.
Check screen recording. And okay, so I've given an introduction. Would you like to expand on that, please, Greg?
Sure. Well, I've been a journalist since about 1993, and I was until 2000, but well, 2001 actually. But the World Trade Center attack kind of soured me on the profession, mostly because I could see how transparently propagandistic it was. And I was having some censorship problems where I was writing. So because of that, I ended up moving into English teaching as the way to make a subsistence living. But I've never lost my interest in journalism or investigation. So I have written 3 books, 2 of which have to do with the Middle East and the Zionist occupation of America. Rather than give a typical history of the US, I take the notion like the 7 stages of man. And I look at the 7 stages of the Zionization of America, which now culminates in the rather vacuous reign of Donald Trump. And he and Obama I put together at the same sort of stage of this. Now, the one about SARS, the one I've just finished, is a little bit different. It's something I had planned to write on earlier as an editorial, but I was convinced to write it as a book because there had been very little in the way of contrary information about it. There's an unfortunate enforced consensus that I think is particularly harmful to human health and reasoned investigation. So that's why I wrote it.
I see. And from my understanding, we'll delve into the details later. I admit to not having time to read it. We only began contact, I would say, within the last 24, 36 hours.
That's right.
But I have listened to some interviews that you've done, and I believe that there's a lot, like I say, there's a lot of crossover with respect to the information that we go through in our channel, and that is the idea or the hypothesis that it could have come from a lab, and how that is being actively being squashed by the establishment. And would you concur with that, and how would you like to expand on that?
In general, yes, I would concur. But what's also interesting is that the only alternative to a lab origin is a natural origin, and there is no evidence for it. I mean, there have been at least 3 attempts to concoct a natural origin theory for SARS-CoV-2. The first one was that it came from some wet market in Wuhan, the Hainan wet market, and that basically was abandoned by the Chinese themselves in late January. Then there was the invention or the miraculous discovery of some genomic sequence called RATG13 by Shizheng Li and her team of investigators who allegedly pulled this sample from either some fecal swabs of bats from Yunnan province about 1,000 miles away. Well, that particular discovery has been exposed as a fraud. And at best, it's simply a renaming of a pre-existing sequence that had not been fully sequenced, that had been sitting in cold storage at the Wuhan laboratory. So there was no discovery in 2013. This was completely fabricated.
Well, if I could just interject there, I just want to make sure that we're going along the precise track. I'm agreeing with everything that you said up till now. There's no issue there. But it seems to me that they did actually publish the sequence of interest, this close relative to SARS-CoV-2 in 2016. Are you familiar with that?
You mean talking about the 149?
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. However, that isn't really SARS-CoV-2.
No.
That wasn't around then. What's happened is when RATG13 was exposed as false, and how it is very similar to the one at 149. I got to get the actual name of it. I don't recall it offhand. But the people responsible for it tried to sort of, what looks like an ad hoc rescue. Well, yes, they are the same. They're just renamed, or one is the name of the bat and one is the name of the disease. But it was such a transparently ham-fisted attempt at covering up what was originally a dishonest piece of scientific work that it can't be taken seriously. Now, because there is no evidence for a natural origin, then the only alternative is an unnatural one. And that means it had to be done by man. See, the best argument in favor of a lab origin is the fact that there's no argument for the opposite. So by process of elimination...
I'm sorry, just for the sake of the interview, I'll try and sort of steelman the opposite side a little bit, just so we can flesh out the narrative, as it were. So I would argue that there's been 4 landmark papers which have been published, and perhaps the most germane one right now, which has argued very strongly for the natural origin, is the group led by Christian Andersen at the Scripps Institute, The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2. Are you familiar with this paper?
Yes, and I don't have much use for it, because Christian Andersen is a well-known supporter of the zoonotic theory, and he has been tied in with Shizheng Li and the other scientists who have been doing this. He was one of the signatories to the Lancet letter that was put out quite early on in support of the zoonotic theory. However, what is not known is that no scientist wrote that letter.
Indeed.
That letter
Please expand on this. This is my favorite part of the despicable. Well, I speak about it a lot, but I don't think people realize the extent and nefariousness of what you're about to describe. But please enlighten us as to the nature of the Lancet paper and who was behind such a reckless piece of narrative engineering.
Well, what happened, if you want to go back to the winter of this year, the zoonotic theory was coming under vigorous assault from people who did not believe in the wet market theory, who did not believe in RATG13, and were pointing out some serious shortcomings in the science. Now, a lot of scientists found themselves on the defensive. And this did not sit well with a man named Peter Daszak. Now, Peter Daszak, for those who don't know, is president of a group called EcoHealth Alliance, which is largely a money bags outfit for research all over the world in various things, including virological research. So one day, Mr. Daszak sits down or decides to himself, I've got to support my friends out there. I mean, these good people are being challenged or being attacked for their points of view. And, well, he decided that he wanted to write a letter of support for them and have it published in Lancet. Now, thanks to an organization called U.S. Right to Know, a Freedom of Information Access request turned up a list of emails between Daszak and other people at EcoHealth Alliance, as well as people at various universities, in which they concocted a letter by themselves to support the zoonotic theory, essentially made up their own arguments, and then gave it to these scientists to sign on their own name, one of whom was Christian Andersen. Now, if I'm a scientist, I'm not going to be well disposed to wanting to put my name to something that I didn't write. That's a little bit dodgy. I mean, I don't know whether they even read it or whether they even agreed with it. But the upshot is for the public out there to see 27 scientists sign a letter in support of the zoonotic theory and write something that was so transparently propagandistic, ad hominem, and cognitively dissonant should be quite something. I mean, here are scientists endorsing this. Well, we should trust them. They're scientists. Yet the arguments in favor of the zoonotic theory were non-existent. It was simply an ad hominem attack against those who challenged it. And it was so transparently badly written that I'm appalled that any scientist would put his name to it. So Peter Daszak writes this. He's like the ghostwriter for these scientists. They sign their name to it, and this letter becomes one of the founding sources of defense for the zoonotic theory and an attack upon the lab origin theory, which is dismissed with a cognitively dissonant conspiracy theory, or it does not help in the research for for a vaccine. It's really a massive case of fraud. And one thing I mentioned in my book is that there is collusion between certain journals like Nature and Lancet and scientists like Shih-Chung Lee, Christian Andersen, and others who are propounding this, and they're mutually reinforcing.
Yes, I agree with you there. I'm looking at the statement of support from the Lancet, and we know that Peter Daszak's name is on there, but I'm not seeing Anderson, of all people.
Okay, well,
I mean, there's a group of papers and documents that all came together at the same time. So the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2, along with the Lancet publication and a couple of the sequence published by Zhengli Shi in Nature, and then we had I think it was a PLOS ONE article, and from the Chinese Zhuang, I think is the author. But it's a small matter, but I just want to make sure that we're
let me just check that. You could be correct. I mean, I don't have my book up in front of me, but you could be correct about that. But certainly
Peter Daszak is on that the Lancet, and Christian Andersen is and the Scripps Institute is one of the primary movers and defenders of the zoonotic principle.
That's right. You're quite correct. But it was quite clear that Daszak did not want this letter to be shown as coming from EcoHealth Alliance. It had to be seen as being, so let's say, objective. Now, I could be mistaken. I do have Anderson being cited in other sources, so I'll take you at your word that he wasn't on this one, and I apologize for the mistake.
But Peter Daszak is, and he's the critical actor here. And if people want to, I encourage everyone to go and follow the literature. Don't just listen to people that you're watching on the internet, and also look at the authors of the proximal origin papers, Eddie Holmes, Rambo, and Lipkin. Every one of those individuals can all have deep ties to the Chinese Communist Party, and hopefully, well, we can go down that. Let's focus on Peter Daszak, because for me, he's the most interesting character here.
Yes, Peter Daszak does have a lot of influence. I mean, he is the man who receives funding from National Institutes of Health. And he is one, for example, that it was Anthony Fauci, who is one of the most important people in the United States for coronavirus research. And he is the one who helped funnel money to the Wuhan Institute in 2015 after President Obama issued the moratorium for domestic gain-of-function research. Now, this was a bit of legal subterfuge because Barack Obama's his moratorium in October 2014 put a kibosh on new funding for gain-of-function research, but did not prohibit continuing research for pre-established grants. But his intent was that people who had those should voluntarily cease and desist all gain-of-function research. Well, after that, it was Fauci who funneled the money through Daszak to go to China. But what's interesting about
Can't do that. This is a quarantine. Nothing goes out, nothing comes in. Especially a pizza guy. Going house to house, handling money, banging lonely broads. They're filthy. All right, come on, listen. I'm gonna take all your cell phone. You lost your privileges. It's just until the vaccine is replenished. Good.
Frank, what the hell are you doing, dude?
Getting rid of all this contaminated crap.
Come on, you're going crazy with this food thing, Frank. We need to eat.
We need to eat, but we only need protected food.
Well, someone's gonna have to go out and get this food, so I'll do it.
No. Well, you can go out together. You can't go out alone.
Pictures of McDonald's around the world, because I've seen them in some of the most unusual places, including right across from the Egyptian spice market in Istanbul. And when I walked out of the spice market and saw that McDonald's across the street, I had one of those moments that just slapped me in the head with, wow, what are we doing? What are we doing? So I began at that point in time, and that was 1994. Well, I did my fellowship as a cardiologist from 89 to 92. And in that point in time, I was learning to quantify changes in coronary artery disease. I developed a quadratic blood flow equation for human coronaries, which is one of my proprietary equations that I do with people. It was 40% of the world data, 40% of the quantitative coronary arteriography data in the world. I spent 6 months, as I told somebody else here the other day, in a cold, refrigerated room with a DexVax 11780 mainframe computer, taking the data out and analyzing it, getting it and transferring it from the mainframe computer to through a Unix program back into a Mac-based program, so I could analyze the data to develop the quadratic equations. And what all of that stuff did then was provide quantitative methods for looking at the disease and an understanding that we needed to look at something more than just cholesterol. And when I was in Houston as a cardiology fellow, I happened to be the fellow that was trained in positron emission tomography. There were only 3 that Gould's trained in 20 years, but 9 at that point in time. Yoshida from Japan, Schneider from Switzerland, and Fleming from the States. And so one of the things that I had was the Ornish patients were coming through, and I was the cardiology fellow responsible for doing the positron imaging on the Ornish patients. And so I looked at
Richard, I gotta stop the flow. Sorry, just to respond, Kev, I love you, mate. In the chat.
Yeah, I can't see any of the chat, so I'm sorry.
So, if you, you could probably see some of it on, or you could watch, if you sort of watch this stream, you'd see it. It's on our screen.
I don't know where the stream is. I sent you a message. What's the second channel?
Oh, right. Sorry. So,
that's all right.
It is chaos this end. Give me 1 second. Let me just. I will send you that link right now. I do apologize.
That's all right.
But Kevin said in the stream that. Where did it go? Truth of the matter is, we all live longer if we just got rid of doctors. Kev, it's patently absurd. Statement, and there's a reason why doctors and scientists exist, and that's because as human beings, as a species, we realized that there are elements that can get beyond our control. So much so that we're even prepared to elevate these people who have taken the time for learning. We give them special privileges, etc. And the problem is that all those privileges or all that status is being burned up right now by cranks and crackpots. But,
it's very hard to compete. When I hear people say that scientists, think they know things, but they really don't. I mean, I have to look at that and go, okay, I know why you're making that statement, and I get it, because you're seeing people that call themselves scientists, but they're not. You're seeing people who call themselves physicians, and I don't consider them colleagues. So they are contaminating the field, and it makes it very challenging, and it tarnishes everybody's credibility. And I get it. If you're not scientifically trained, how would you know? You know, I mean, if you don't know what it takes and what to look for to find whether somebody's valid and a critical thinker and is carrying through things intelligently, you don't know what to look for. You know, I mean, you wouldn't put me in charge of Wall Street.
No.
Me
either.
You know, that would be we'd all be homeless. You know, I mean, because I just don't see that going well.
Well, I would just say the traders would be homeless if you put me in charge of it. I'd burn it down, but that's just me.
Okay, so I don't see a link yet. I'm not sure where you see it.
It should be in the chat.
Oh, wait a minute. I see it now. Sorry about that.
So you should be able to see YouTube comments, and they're mainly from YouTube. So don't sweat that. And
let's see if
we've
I
got
get that up here.
28 watching, backup channel, second stream of the day. That's not bad. I'm happy with that. So 28 people listening. That's a good sized lecture at university. Right, if 28 students turned up to listen to me, that was a win.
I don't know where it's at, Kevin. Let's see. I tried linking on that, but I don't want to screw up. I'll try one more time, and then I will do what I normally do, which is abandon it and go back to what I was doing originally. Oh, wait a minute. Voila. Oh my God, there we are. And lots of comments. Okay, so I'll just kind of pull this over here, and you'll just have to rein me in, Dr. Fauci. Yeah, okay.
So actually, I just had a question, and you seem like the person to ask, because there's controversy around this, but what's your opinion with respect to periodontal disease and heart disease?
Yeah.
It seems
okay, so that go ahead.
It just seems a very popular idea in the US. Whenever I broached it in the UK, doctors there just didn't seem that interested in it as an idea.
Yeah, well, one of the interesting things we get taught in medical school was that a negative test either meant that you didn't have a problem or you missed it. And part of the QCA stuff and part of FMTBDM was developing a method that you could then quantitatively measure an outcome that was consistent and reliable. So if we did it here in LA and we did it there where you're at in Japan and we did it in the UK, we'd get the same results. And unfortunately, qualitative tests don't allow you to do that, number one, because of the errors that are introduced, and number two, because they're qualitative, you can't really measure treatment effects. It's either a yes, no. And so if it was kind of a maybe yes or a maybe no or a little yes or a little no, you can't measure that. So if you're working with that and then you're asking the question, well, do we think that gingival strep produces heart disease? Well, you're already handcuffed in your ability to answer the question. So to answer the question, two of the papers that we published between the publishing of the chapter textbook in 1999 and 2020 and 2004, two of the papers I published were on bacterial aggravated atherosclerosis. That's the term I gave to it. So another nice thing in science is that if you come up with something, you get to give it its name, right? So bacterial aggravated atherosclerosis is what I called it. And we looked at basically Helicobacter pylori, Streptococcus pneumoniae, and Chlamydia pneumoniae. And we looked at people who had those infections. We compared their nuclear studies, semi-quantitative in those days, on nuclear imaging, and saw disease. We measured the blood tests. We did something that they're not doing with the vaccine. We actually measured antibody levels, and and then the conversion of antibodies as the patient got better, and as the coronary artery disease got better. Now, the coronary artery disease didn't totally go away, but it got better with the treatment of the infection. So that was. And some people have read about that. I mean, I've gone from people who've heard nothing about my work to people who've told me they used to have my work published in their mailbox room and in their meeting room, and talked about research that I've done. And I'm always kind of stunned when I hear that, because I go, "Are you sure it was my work?" You know?
or not the original Fleming. That's easy to get confused, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm a little younger. Well, you know, Flemings have this problem. One of the cute questions I used to have for my children is, you know, who developed something? And the answer was always Fleming. You know, who developed one of the magnetic rules in physics? Fleming. Who developed the transistor, vacuum tube? Fleming. Who helped put the lines longitude and latitude on the map? Well, there were two of them. One of them was Fleming. Who discovered penicillin? It was Fleming. Who developed the quadratic blood flow equation for human coronary arteries? It was Fleming. You know, you get the drift. So there's a curse in the family. And what is James Bond's real name? Richard Fleming.
Wow, that's stretching it a little bit, but I'll let that one pass.
So by the time I was in the mid 1990s, I was beginning to ask some very fundamental questions, which was, so let's back up. If you think that everybody on the Ornish diet got better, you're wrong. In fact, the only person who died in the study was a woman on the Ornish diet. Nobody semes to know that.
Maybe you better just break down for people what the Ornish
diet is.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to do better than that. We're going to give you Politics 101 and Science 101. So Dean Ornish is an internist who lives in the Sacramento, California area. He's not a cardiologist. He's an internist. He had an idea about dietary thing. He wanted to do mostly a plant-based approach. And I won't take you through the history from Ansel Keys on. I'll just give you Ornish. So his attitude was, meat's bad, don't eat it. And Gould, who ran the pet lab at UT, didn't buy that. He didn't believe in it, but he had a positron camera and he wanted to use it. So they coupled up. And for Gould, it gave him an opportunity to show PET worked, and for Ornish, it gave him a chance to show that his diet worked. And that's how those two came together. And so the study was launched, and we basically had people that were on the Ornish diet, and we had people that were just on a standard diet. They didn't really follow anything, to be honest. And they had their arteries measured with quantitative coronary arteriography, which is the QCA data that I talked about, that there were only a few labs in the world at the time that had one in Germany and a couple in the US. And we had 100% of the data on that mainframe computer. And then we did PET imaging, and we did a bunch of other things. We looked at the results. And the problem is that people are not very good at looking at these outcomes because, as I said, only one person died, and that was a woman on the Ornish diet. One of the people that's classically touted as the Ornish diet being outstanding showed a 90% left main coronary artery, what's known as a widowmaker, that feeds the vast majority of your heart, going away to zero. Now, if you look at the data, which was never corrected, you'll see that the second study at a year, 9 to 12 months, showed no disease in that left main artery. The only problem is that there was a 90% narrowing at the proximal left anterior descending artery, which is just beyond that. And that is, in fact, where the 90% existed to begin with, if you go back and look at the films. So it didn't go from 90 to 0. It went from 0 to 0, and the 90 stayed at 90.
Mm.
So that probably doesn't make you feel very comfortable about the outcomes of that, but I have to look at the outcomes because I think that's the scientific data. And so what happened was, God, I'll try to remember all the details on this. After I put all those 12 factors together, I started doing some independent investigation with people, and I brought a group of people in who I wanted them to follow what later became known as the Fleming diet, phase 2, which I did not develop that term. That was developed by a publisher who wanted a term for it. I said, you got to be kidding. Basically 15% fat, 15% protein, 70% carbohydrate. That does not need a name to it. Yeah, no, we need a name to it because people can only do it with an attachment. Okay, you got a name to it. And I wanted to see what would happen. And I think there were 26 people. I'm thinking back sometime now. 16 of them got better. 10 of them got worse. And one of the things that I did was try to figure out what the heck went wrong, right? Because why did 10 people get worse?
You're getting marriage proposals in the chat.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'll try and stay focused. Thank you. It turned out that 10 of the people had gone on the Atkins diet. They thought they were helping me. It was popular at the time. They were told it was good for you, right? I mean, that's what Atkins was telling. And by the way, I know somebody who actually worked and lived with Atkins that I later found out, and knew what a scam artist that he was. You know, he's right up there with Kaufman and the rest of them. Just a different scam. Well, to begin with, how did Atkins come up with this? Well, Atkins was a chubby little guy, and he needed to lose weight. And so there was something called the Banting diet, which was from 100 years earlier from England. And Banting was, appropriately so, a British casket maker. So the guy who came up with the high-fat, eat what you want, low-carb diet was a British casket maker who took a double-sized casket to be buried because he was so fat. But so the Banting diet was something that Atkins had on his bookshelf. And I know that because I've talked to the producers of programs I've been a part of when they've done documentaries on this stuff, and they've told me that Atkins' bookshelf has the Banting diet on it. But of course, Atkins never admitted to that. So what happened is Atkins, when he was a chubby little kid, Atkins was not a cardiologist either. People think he's a cardiologist. Atkins did less than Ornish did. Atkins only did 1 year of postgraduate training, which makes him a general practitioner, not even an internist. He didn't get 3 years of residency, just one, the internship here. And so Atkins lost weight by following the Banting diet. And before he went on vacation, when he had his clinic, a woman came in, and one of the last questions she asked him was, how do I lose weight? And he said, well, here, try this. I've been doing this diet, you know. And he went on vacation. And when he came back, well, his name was in lights because it turned out that the woman followed that because she cut her calories by following it, and she lost weight, but she was also a newspaper reporter, so she wrote him up, and it became the Atkins diet. Kind of like the, what's the diet in Okinawa diet? There was no Okinawa diet. That book was written in advance. And then when they realized it was going to be a selling book, they said, oh my God, wait, we better go find out what these people actually eat. Okay. And so they found out what the people in Okinawa ate, and they put together the Okinawa diet. It's kind of like Sugar Busters, the same thing. Those guys that promoted that didn't do any of that research. In fact, they were at an American Heart Association meeting with a good friend of mine, who was head of American Heart. And in fact, Bob Eccles' wife is the woman who wore red that started the Women for Red American Heart Association event that happens yearly. So it was Bob's wife that did that. But Bob and I were good friends, and Bob's an endocrinologist. And he and I were sitting in New Orleans listening to these sugar buster guys who knew nothing about what they were talking about. And they allowed questions. And and Bob was so proud of me because this was the day beforehand and I was staying quiet and I wasn't getting up and I wasn't asking questions. And then this female general practitioner got up and she said, well, I like the Sugar Busters diet, but I like baby carrots and I don't like big carrots, she says, and I'm just saddened by the fact that you say I can have big carrots but not baby carrots. And I looked at Bob and I went, that was it. And I got up and I walked over, and as I was walking over, the guy says, and we'll have no more questions after the people that are coming to the microphone. So I got there and I was the last person in line. So why did that tick me off? Because baby carrots are nothing more than cut down big carrots. That's where they get them from. Okay. At least at that point in time, they were nothing more than cut out from the big carrots. So the same thing. So I get up in line and I introduced myself because in the real world, in the professional world, Kevin, you know this, you get up to the microphone, you say, hello, my name's Dr. Fleming. I'm from such and such city and such university, to introduce yourself. That's how we do it professionally. And he said, I know who you are. And I said, good, that's going to save us so much time. And I said, you're talking about this diet like it works. And I said, if you cut calories, you'll lose weight. But I said, you haven't done any research on this diet. I know you haven't done any research on this diet. You're not presenting any research here. You're coming up with correlations and you're telling us you need more money to do it. But I said, here's the thing. Correlations are completely meaningless. Because if you look at correlations, storks bring babies. And I'm sure you're aware of that research. If not, I'll at least tell it for your reader or your listeners, which is there was a Scandinavian study that was done where they looked at the correlation between storks and babies, and the correlation is like 0.99, and 1.0 is a perfect correlation. Okay, so the more storks there were in the winter, the more babies there were in the spring brought to the house by storks, right? Except cause and effect is more important than correlation. So what's the cause and effect? Well, when it gets very, very cold in Scandinavian countries, people tend to stay inside and build fires to stay warm. When they do that, the storks, when it's very, very cold, are looking for a place to build their nest so that they too can stay warm.
Sorry, Richard.
No, that's okay. I
I didn't even quite understand what the problem was. Please continue your anecdote for the
do the anecdote. Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Kevin. And so what happens is that the storks build their nests on the chimneys of these homes that have these fires, because that allows them to stay warm and allows them to produce their young, their eggs, and hatch them. And then as a result of it being very, very cold and all those fires, well, the Scandinavian people tend to stay inside. And as a result, yes, he is. And as a result, they tend to do other activities that people tend to do when they're inside, and that is produce babies. And so in the spring, there's more babies born, spring and summer, as a result of those very, very cold winters. So the reality is, the correlation of storks and babies doesn't mean storks bring babies, but the reason why there's more babies is because it was colder and everybody, including the storks, were staying in doing what species do when they have those opportunities. So anyway,
I do apologize.
Storks don't bring babies, but the correlation is 0.99. Anyway, with all of that said, these wonderful people had listened to what was being said in the media by the grifters, in this case Atkins, who sold them on this concept and made lots and lots of money. Now, I will tell you that I went to the Today Show, and I know people with the American Dietetic Association, some people that have been on television, not so much anymore, but they are with major universities. And in a couple of decades ago, when I was more prominent on national programs, they were too. And one of them stopped Atkins outside the NBC studios and said, you don't, as they were getting into a taxi, you don't really believe in this stuff. And Atkins said, no, it's all about selling. Now, when I met Atkins, that was on the Today Show. And I had looked at this study, and I was asked to present this. And shortly before I went to New York to present it with Katie Couric, Atkins had called up the station and had heard that I was going to talk about the study and wanted to be on. So the Today Show called me up and said, do you mind if he's on? And I said, well, it's your program. You decide who's on. You know, I mean, I don't know how he found out about the study. Obviously, somebody there told him, but sure, bring him on. And I remember meeting him in the green room, which is the backstage area where you have refreshments and things, and they kind of, hosts wait to go on. And the registered dietitian of the day walked up to him, and he had his nutritionist with him, who was always by his side. And she held out a green apple to him. And when she did that, Atkins reared back like a snake had been put in his face. And I thought, well, that is an impressive response to an apple.
But to tell the truth, I do the same. But it's bananas. It's bananas for me. But
causes you to rear back like a cobra's been stuck in your face.
Yeah. I have a vehement fear of bananas, and it translates to all other fruit. I do not eat fruit.
I just have to tell the people that are on your channel right now that if in any way, as you're listening to Kevin over the next few weeks, you can find some way to incorporate that into your tweets or what you're doing, please do. Find out his address, send him a gift basket for the holidays that's nothing but fruit.
Well, there'll be no more streams. I will have keeled over from shock and heart attack.
So all of that led to my doing further studies and trying to sort it out and getting better and better quantitative approaches. And then, of course, what happened finally was we got a couple years ago, Nassim Malhotra, who is a low carber at the UK, who has promoted low carb diets and believes that it is the only thing that will solve the obesity problem, and that vegan diets and vegetarian diets are deadly. And excuse me. His mother apparently, his parents are from India. He's originally from India, or they are, and he's in the UK. And his mother passed away, and she was a vegan. So clearly it was the vegan diet. And he went ahead to try to get one of my published papers, pulled. He got that done. And Ivan Oransky with Retraction Watch jumped on top of that and went after me. But Ivan Oransky is one of those people who went to medical school at New York University, never completed his residency, barely completed his internship if he did, wasn't asked to return, never sat for his psychiatry boards, has never had a medical license, and runs around complaining about doctors who don't know how to do research, tells people he's on New York University medical faculty when he's not. He does teach journalism there. He's married to Kate Burdick or some pronunciation like that from CNN, and has done a world of good for promoting himself and attacking other people, and uses Twitter along with the people that he's connected with to attack. But they can keep attacking that. It just doesn't change the science. And the science is what's causing people to be overweight. Now, for anybody who doesn't know where Fleming comes from, that's Belgium, and it's a translation of Vlamingen from Norway. And I'm a Rollo Viking descendant. And one thing that Vikings did is they learned about food and they learned about textiles. And so my family has 3 food chains to its name. One was Bishop's Cafeteria in the Midwest, where I grew up. Another one is Fleming Steakhouse, and the other one is P.F. Chang's. And so the family, one branch or another, the family owns these restaurant chains. So it's not that I ever wanted to get into food. I think it may be a curse, but clearly it plays a role in heart disease and blood clotting and inflammation, as does bacterial and viral infections. And so this whole process where, when I first came out with the theory, I said, even though infectious disease is not now the #1 cause of killer of people, it's these inflammothrombotic diseases. I proposed even in 1984 that Vlamingen in Dutch became Fleming so Vlamingen and Fleming both mean wanderer, which is what Vikings are. So then I lost my train of thought. So sorry about that.
So you were getting to the food. You had food.
Oh, yeah. So my proposal was that even though infectious disease was no longer the #1 killer, and it was these inflammatory processes, that if we didn't watch it, infectious diseases would become the #1 killer again of people through these inflammatory processes. And that is exactly, so COVID-19 confirmed the Fleming inflammation cardiovascular disease theory. What a great way to go down in history.
That's if you got there first with the theory, then
and that's what we're promoting. And the Chinese Medical Journal has accepted that, but they have been sitting on it for many months. For those of you who don't know how papers are reviewed, usually when you send it into a journal, an editor looks at it, or somebody on the editorial staff looks at it, says yay, nay. If they say, yeah, let's take a look at it, just one M in Fleming. When they take a look at it, then they send it out to reviewers, and I happen to review. Kevin, I'm sure, has reviewed or still reviews. And you usually send it out to 2 reviewers, unless you think there's going to be controversy, and then you send it to 3, and it's whoever wins. Chinese Medical Journal sent mine to 6, and all 6 of them said yes. Minor revisions. And it's like, so why is this taking so long? The fact that it's exposing this virus and this inflammothrombotic response, why the delay here? Are we intentionally, because the Chinese Medical Journal is run by the Chinese Medical Association, and we know who runs them. So that was a lot of material. Hopefully that was wrapped. One of the comments you made earlier was the ability to articulate something to people. We were taught in medical school that if you couldn't explain to a patient what you knew in medicine, that you didn't really know the thing in medicine that you thought you knew, because your first language is English. So, medicine is a language, and you should be able to translate one language to another. Now, it doesn't always correlate. My youngest son, who's 27, frequently will tell me, Dad, that's not right. And I will have to look at him and go, I know it's not right, but it's close. And we're trying to teach a concept. And remember when you took your undergraduate courses and you were taught things, and then later in your graduate courses, you found out that's not quite right. Well, you had to teach something to get people a step up so they were in a better position to understand the truth. And even that step up was more of the truth than what they had before.
Well, I think there's a point to be made here that in the current circumstances, and we're in a completely novel situation right now, where before people were starved of information prior to 20 years, it's changed since the internet. Now it's the case of the opposite, that people get so much and they're unable to pass it in any way that's helping them, and it's actually likely to lead to significant trauma in some cases.
Well, one of the reasons for writing the books was to just simply put it down in a format that walked it from beginning to end. It's not that I really There are times that I like writing books or writing papers. There are other times that I just dread it. And so I go through cycles. And I think that that's my research training. There are points in time that I'm focused entirely on doing the research project.
Sorry, Richard, just to interrupt you, but don't butt in if you weren't listening, Pepe, is the first thing that I would say. But what trauma? Well, it could be if you're overburdened with information. So Richard's just relayed this whole timeline of how people have taken to fad diets, and it's caused harm in a multitude of cases. I think it would be fair to say not all of them, but and enough that for a clinician to sit up and take notice. And I would give a much more up-to-date example of that, and that's the people who listen to Andrew Kaufman. How many people listen to viruses are not real, and it's just your body healing itself, ended up in hospital? And as Richard said earlier, if it's more than one, that's one too many. Mm-hmm. And like I say, I can just look at my Twitter feed from this morning, and there's still a lot of people that are buying into it. And let's not forget something critical in this argument that they have, that it goes not just this idea of terrain and healthy tissue. They have this idea of abiogenic pleomorphy, that your body grows viruses and yeast and bacteria to somehow enable it to heal in some fashion. And it's such an absurd position to take that. What's wrong now, big boy?
Password?
Again? Sorry. It's an absurd position to take, and in that respect, before we can line this up towards going to the V word, okay, that perhaps Richard just explain this in simple terms, that with respect to genetics, how you would, there's a constant between species that defines biology, and
okay, we're basic 101. Okay,
yeah,
so the inner, what Kevin is referring to, and I think this gets to where we're talking about the question of Cook's postulates and proving the virus exists, is the fact that everything on planet Earth has a genetic code. And while my genes, my genetic information is different than yours, than any of you, there is a consistency that makes us all human beings, Homo sapiens sapiens. And it's that consistency that you can then look for and find out what the genetic code is. That's called the DNA of individuals. And this genetic code transferred from mother and father to produce the new genetic code for the baby, then determines very specifically what that baby's characteristics are. And it takes very minor differences to make those changes. For example, my blue eyes can be traced back genetically to a single mutation some time ago in Northwest Europe. If you look at sickle cell anemia, that is only a single nucleotide change that produces a different amino acid in the sequence of the genes for red blood cells that produces sickling. And sickle cell makes it a challenge to carry oxygen for people, but there's an advantage to it. And the advantage is, for the people who have it, has to do with malaria. Malaria cannot survive well in sickled cells. So the area in the world where we see sickle cell primarily until recently when everybody started traveling around, were areas where malaria existed. But the genetics of something defines the species. Humans and chimpanzees are 99.97, I think, percent. I'd have to go back and look at it. The same genetic material, but that small difference makes the difference between every human being and every chimpanzee. And if you take the genes, and we've done this, the Human Genome Project was done a couple decades ago now. A considerable amount of time and money was put into it to define the genetic code of human beings. And from that, a lot of investigation into what are the genetic diseases, what are the genetic characteristics, what can we target to make life longer, what are the things that will cause cancer. All of those things come out of that project. So we know what the genetics of a human being is. A human being only reproduces human genetic material. So a human being will not give rise to a virus or a bacteria any more than a giraffe will give rise to a wolf or a cow.
Unless you're a young Earth creationist.
and you believe the Earth is flat. And if you do that, may God have mercy on you. Because if you literally believe that, if Kaufman firmly believes this, then there's nothing I can do for him. Because for somebody who claims to have a molecular biology Bachelor of Science from MIT, that's right up his alley, what he should have learned. Okay.
He's lying about that for people that are tuning in. There is no molecular biology degree at undergrad from MIT. There's another thing that he's scamming you on. So he's a known embezzler. He's lied about his degrees, and that's someone who just has the ethics of a bottom feeder or crawler. That we've seen. He will go out and push this nonsense onto people, and I don't think he really believes it. I just think he's looking at it as a way to enrich himself.
Well, you know what? Karma's a payback problem, because if anybody next to him or he ends up getting SARS-CoV-2 and he ends up being hospitalized for it, he has a real problem, doesn't he?
Yep. Yep.
Because that's when, one of the things that I used to tell my students in lectures is, being a doctor, you're probably going to get sued by somebody somewhere along the way just simply because some attorney's going to talk him into it, even if he didn't do anything wrong. But here's the thing, here's the take-home message. If you do for your patient what you would do for your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother, your husband, your wife, or your child, and you get hauled into court for a medical malpractice suit, and you say, this is what I would have done for my mom, my dad, my sister, my brother, my husband, my wife, my child, I would like to think, although I don't have 100% confidence in this, but I'd like to think that the vast majority of people would go, there's no malpractice there. Maybe a bad decision, but mistakes happen. But, if you're Andrew Kaufman or Cowan or Young or these other people, and you come down with SARS and you get hospitalized, or somebody or someone he loves gets hospitalized, he's in a pickle. And so is the person he loves, because the only chance they're going to have is getting one of us wacko allopaths or osteopaths, if it's a deal, treating him with medicine versus voodoo.
Or chicken soup. It's chicken soup,
yeah.
basically, with Kaufman. So,
Well, you just put the chicken soup right down the endotracheal tube, and that takes care of it. And that and a little Clorox bleach if you're Andrew Young, or if you're Robert Young.
There's a. I know people are.
God, Kevin, if they don't take this down, it's going to be a miracle, and I can't post anything for another 4 days.
Well, yeah. If this one goes down, then I'm out of channels. No, I might have another one I can use.
We'll
but...
save it, because somewhere along the way we'll get this out. Oh, I wanted to finish up on Robert Atkins. Okay, let's set the record straight on Bob Atkins. Okay. Because I've got the smoking gun thing out there about Dr. Fleming, who went and got Robert Atkins autopsy studies, okay? So you might as well hear about that. When Bob Atkins, so I had 2 patients, not 1, 2 patients that were in healthcare. One in Iowa and one in, I want to say Massachusetts or New York. And both of these individuals swore to me as their doctor, which means I'm not going to tell anybody their name, but I am now going to tell what they told me, which is that Bob Atkins was admitted to a hospital with heart disease and was treated for heart disease, not from a virus, but from coronary artery disease, the thing he claims didn't happen with his diet. And both individuals said they were threatened with physical harm if they ever told anybody. So when Bob Atkins went down in the streets of New York, I didn't immediately jump up and do something. What I started doing after about a week was I just kind of punched into New York State. And I noticed on the coroner's report, their page, that in the state of New York, if somebody is hospitalized and dies, they come into the hospital unconscious and die, they must have an autopsy. That was the second thing on their page. Bob Atkins was brought in unconscious and died. Well, that makes sense. Bob Atkins could have been poisoned by somebody. Bob Atkins could have been hit over the head by somebody. Or Bob Atkins might have had what I think he had. And I'll tell you about that in a moment. So he dies in the hospital. He's morbidly obese when he's in the hospital. He has a surgical scar across his abdomen, which could only be done if you were doing both inguinal hernias at the same time, or you were taking out fat. That's the only reason, or you're delivering a baby. And I don't think he had a baby inside him. And I don't think he was having bilateral inguinal hernia. So that kind of leaves you with one option. Now, I simply called up the county coroner and I said, is it possible to get records on this? I'm not his doctor. I'm over here in Nebraska. I'm just curious. And, well, let us check. Yeah, if you send us a request for it, we can do it. So I sent a request. Nothing happened for several weeks. I called back. A couple of weeks later, called back again. Well, his file's missing. This never happens. His file's missing. Well, and then before I knew it, I got a report. Was it an autopsy? No, it was an external examination. They didn't do an autopsy. Okay? But what it did show was that surgical scar and no evidence of damage to his arms. Now, why is that important? Think about it. If you're a conscious individual and you're walking on the streets of anywhere and you slip on the ice, what do? You instinctively put your arms out to brace your fall if you're awake. And that causes trauma to the arms. There was no trauma to the arms, which meant when Bob Atkins went down, he was unconscious. And the only two things that will produce a suddenly unconscious person is a stroke or a heart attack. Both of which they claim could not happen with his diet. So...
Well, I think there's an important point to take from this is that never speak in absolutes about anything almost, particularly biology and its complexities. But in the sciences, You don't do that. And I think if they've gone round and marketed the Atkins diet as being one, and my understanding is that it does cause increased cortisol. And look, I've tried eating ketogenic diets. Yes, you lose weight. But I always find it comes back after, even if I've done keto for 6 months. And there's something just, your body's not quite functioning right with it. There's a dieting high that goes with it. Yes, you're less hungry. For sure, that's a real thing. But I've always felt like the body's sense of relief once more, I guess, easier metabolic pathway is applied for.
And there is, because that was part of what we had in that study that initially got retracted and then got published, was a 4-month follow-up after they were on the diet for a year. We showed what happened to their blood tests. We showed what happened to their coronary artery disease. And we did something called respiratory quotients, which allows physicians to measure exactly how much carbohydrates, how much fat, how much protein you're consuming. And one of the things that showed up was that for people who were on low-carb diets, they increased their carbohydrate load. Guess what happened for the people that were on the vegan diets?
They increased their protein load.
Yeah, they increased their protein load after the year's study was done. So in other words, what they did, remember I told you there's all these backup mechanisms that keep people alive. And one of the things that's fundamental to keeping you alive is nutrition. So clearly, once we quit intervening with them, and this was one of the things that they didn't know I was going to do, was bring them back 4 months later and check certain, things like their respiratory quotients. They tended to go towards a more normal, which is that about 70% carbohydrate, 15% fat, 15% protein. And it didn't matter which end of the spectrum they were on, they came back to baseline, which tells you there's this underlying biological component that's genetically driven that has people do this. The problem is, for all of us, is that we've been oversaturated with bad quality food, too little activity, and bad behaviors. And we're paying for it.
I can just speak.
I'm not a vegan, by the way. I just throw that out there for people, because I think sometimes that's the problem. Many of the people that I talk about, like Kim Williams and Dean Ornish and Robert Atkins, they're all in on their diets. I like I said, my family's got a food line dating back thousands of years, and one of the things we have is Fleming Steakhouse. Guys. It's not my favorite food by any stretch of the imagination. I don't even like steak.
Sacrilege.
I know, it's terrible. I'd rather have sea bass, and I'd rather have sushi. To be honest, because you're in Japan, so I just throw that out there. Anything you want to send this?
Well, I'm kind of tired of sushi. I don't look. I would say this. There's a point you can only go so far with diets, etc. Particularly as you're aging, right? I think there's this a particular period in your life where you can be. I don't know. There's a narcissistic component because you want to look good. Well, I guess it's a sort of drive towards mating or what have you, keep fit, etc. But the body does, you have to get old, and no one lives forever. And to me, I've just sort of come to. I've had a few close calls now with respect to shuffling off this mortal coil, and I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to chill right now and just hopefully if I can do another 25 years and wind down that way, that's fine by me, right? And I'm less fussed about how I look and am I ripped or anything, and perhaps, and I think this is a bigger speaks to a bigger problem where you're talking about bad habits, but there's not just bad habits with respect to maybe they're slovenly. I think there's too much push to where people are forced into activity because they're thinking that's the healthy way to be, and people don't get rest. Like
rest is a very key component, I think, for people. And as far as physical activity, when we had people doing physical activity for this study, I really started off by saying, do you remember when you were a child and you used to do things that you enjoyed, and doing those things kept you physically active? So look, if you find something that you enjoy doing, if it's bowling, if it's baseball, if it's tennis, if it's golf, do something you enjoy that is that will get you up and move you around. Now, I obviously am more obsessive compulsive with with running, but that's because I've always run. It's just what I do, and some martial arts and some fencing and things like that I enjoy. But doing something that you enjoy is the way to keep you very active. And one final note on diets, and then we can find something more interesting to talk about, is that I'm also a very firm believer in during the holidays, we have enough garbage going on in our lives and stressors that the holidays really are a time to have some enjoyable treats, that particularly things that we've grown up with. So one of the things I used to do around the hospital was I used to take chocolates around. And I noticed that if I took chocolates around to the different people, the different departments, they would go, no, we can't do that. And I would say, that's okay, you can only have one. And they would look at me and they go, I can only have one? I said, yeah, you can only have one. Oh, well, which... It's like, so when you take, and just kind of say, look, this is supposed to be an enjoyment thing. So I'm a big believer that a sugar cookie is not a terrible thing for you. Now, 20 in a row, probably not a good idea. But eating used to be a major way in which people sat down and communicated. And now I find one of the things I've commented on over the years is that families very seldom sit down and really have meals together. They spend more time in front of the television than they do at a table talking about the events of the day and enjoying a meal in a civilized way, which was really kind of a big thing for the human species for many hundreds and thousands of years. And to get away from that, I think... This is one of my societal comments. To get away from that, I think, is a bad thing for families. We cannot be so rushed that families and people that have a community should not be sitting down and spending that time together. There's a lot of good that comes out of the socialization of people in those little settings that don't get picked up by sitting in front of a television or a computer screen.
Yes.
All right, that's my society.
Okay, so let's switch gears a little. So maybe we'll have gone long enough that it will skip the YouTube sense as well. No, I did see I got up once and there was a flash of my lower back, and that's what I got banned for off my main channel, getting up out my chair, and you could see some love handle. That's what they banned me for.
You're flashing the camera. That's great.
And yeah, so apparently I got my ban was for pornography. And yeah, so just like you've seen me get out of the chair a couple of times this stream, right? And I noticed one that you just sit down and you're a bit overweight like me sometimes.
People, let me guarantee you, there's nothing sexually provocative about Kevin.
Well, it depends. That's from the male perspective. The women find me a demigod of masculinity.
Okay.
But all right, let's get down to the important questions, which I think people want answers to, and I think the first is the technology, well, not so much the, well, yeah, it is the technology, but let's start with the wrapping first. And Richard, I hope,
layer?
Yes. So I'm hoping you can take the lead in here, because I've not read up on what's in the vaccine specifically. I looked at one, and you could see the components listed as a sort of proprietary fatty acid that they were wrapping it in. But let's start there, and then I guess the endpoint was probably where it ties into inflammation again. So
yeah. Well, the whole purpose, all vaccines up until December 10th of this year were efforts to introduce either the infectious agent, be it a bacteria or a virus, in a weakened form, a killed form, or at least the major presentation of it that represented what the body most recognized to attack, to somehow put that into the body so that the body could recognize it outside of a cell. So if it was the oral polio vaccine, you took drops. Most of the others have been injections, right? Because it's been an easy mechanism. I can show you on my arm the residual of where I was growing up in the 60s, where we were pan-vaccinated for just about everything, and we went and we got multiple. I mean, we literally got a circle of needles injected into our arms, and I can show you from military days, both arms, where you walked in and you basically got slammed from both sides. And the idea was to put this into the body, let it move around the interstitium, as Young would call it, which I wish he'd actually learned just how to pronounce the terms. But throughout your body to allow your immune system to recognize it as something that is foreign to the body. And what happens then is a couple of things, some of which has to do with what's called natural killer cells, which are designed to immediately come in and find something, engulf it, and destroy it. Other cells that are called dendritic cells, but they're part of the immune system. They're part of what's called the T cell response, are designed to recognize something foreign, bring it into the cell, and then present that to the surface of the cell as through what's called major histocompatibility, present it for other cells in the body and the immune system to recognize, to say, this is something we need to make antibodies to. So that has been the method of choice. And one of the problems with SARS-CoV-2 is that it has been human modified to increase its ability to naturally, when transmitted from person to person, to get inside of the cells and use our genetic material, our genetic machinery, to make more of itself. And that's called gain of function, as you've talked about here several times before. So gain of function is an increased ability to get that virus inside of the cell. And I think that's key, because only a couple of days ago it dawned on me that this vaccine is a gain of function. Because this vaccine is, and I have seen the chemicals. I don't have those pulled up. I'm not sure where I put those, but they were basically a lipopolysaccharide, which means it's fats, lipids, and carbohydrates packaged together just like cell membranes are in your body, with proteins that stick out, that are designed to, within there, hold the genetic material that then goes to the cell, and instead of recognizing it as a virus, recognizes it as just another membrane to be brought in. Much the same way that exosomes get recognized by other cells as lipopolysaccharides by other cells and get brought into the cell to carry the chemical messages of what the other cells are saying. Except in this instance, it's actually messenger RNA. That's what the mRNA stands for, which is ribonucleic acid, which is different by one amino acid from deoxyribonucleic acid, or the DNA that's present in the nucleus of cells and in the mitochondria of cells. So if you thought DNA was just in the nucleus of the cells, it's also in the mitochondria, which was originally thought to be its own organelle, its own entity, and somehow got encapsulated within cells to provide more energy and efficiency. Somebody's asking what the heck I'm talking about. Oh, it's somebody else they're talking to. Okay, sorry about that. I mean, I am a few people have talked to me like that recently, but usually I do. And so it's a different mechanism. It says this is a membrane, like the membrane of the cell, and it just takes it in. Now, when you think about it in those terms, that is a gain of function. That has never been done, because this is the first time we're putting a vaccine into somebody and not letting the virus be seen outside of a cell. Where the goal is to infect the cell.
Yeah.
We've never done that before. And to say that we have done any of the testing that's necessary to know whether this is a safe or effective procedure is delusional. It's a lie, because you have to work through a series of steps, taking the worst case scenario and then working it across animal species, eventually to humans, before you dare just throw that in humans. So one of the things that dawned on me the other day is that this liposomal package, lipopolysaccharide, is a new gain of function. And with that came a completely horrifying thought, because in chapter 7 of that 2-part series, Unmasking 7, after we get through, okay, this is SARS-CoV-2, and these are the drugs that treat it, and this is how we can defeat this, comes the question, well, wait a minute, this happened once, and probably more than once, so it's going to happen again. The question is to be ready for it again. And the uncomfortable thing that hit me was, I can't tell you that this mRNA in this vaccine is SARS-CoV-2. It could be SARS-CoV-3.
Well, let me just sort of interject something there before even jumping ahead to the next iteration. So it's my understanding, I have asked, and the one thing that you don't see is, or that I've been able to find, is the sequences that they're coding for. Now, it's not partial components of the spike. My understanding is that they're encoding the whole spike. Okay,
that's what they say.
And this has a very specific problem associated with it, and that is that you have biologically active polypeptides that can break apart, and particularly those that would encode around the furin cleavage site. So you have to, the cells are not like machines. It's somewhat messy, okay, and you'll get partial fragments coming out, and that's why there's a whole system of enzymes set up to break down quickly RNA that escapes the cell, for example. Now, the issue I have is beyond the potential autoimmune disorders that could occur from tagging it onto your own cells, is that in the immediate effects, we know we've got this super antigenic component, and suddenly you're just going to start squirting that out from your cells into how much? of that is going to be released into the bloodstream, and how much is going to be triggering, particularly in the frail, right? Especially an assault on their autonomic nervous system.
Right.
And
Right.
I haven't seen that addressed anywhere.
No, there's no data on that, Kevin. There's no data on that. There's no data on the CD4 or the CD8 T cells. There's no data on the antibody titers that are produced. There's no data on any of this stuff. You know, their 53-page explanation to the FDA for the emergency use authorization simply said that there was 100% CD4 and 97% CD8 production from the vaccine. And my thought is, based upon what? There's no measured anything here. There's no measured T cell response. There's no antibody titers. There is no explanation about what's getting out in the blood, as you pointed out here. It is the entire spike protein, which we both know has this PRRA, furin cleavage alteration, and the HIV component that's been stuck into it. And we are intentionally providing a gain of function passageway into the cell. So if it is SARS-CoV-2, we have intentionally done that, and we already know that the immunologic response to this virus is an inflammothrombotic response. So we're going to get this immediately into the cells, bypassing the safety mechanisms of the body for preventing infection. We are intentionally causing the cells to be infected. We've never done this before.
And just to answer, sorry, I just want to answer someone in the chat, Yuri. Yes, the spike is presented, or it's recognized as foreign within the cell, and the idea is that you have this multi-histocompatibility complex, right, which recognizes it and points it outside of the cell and says, there's something foreign inside me, the immune system needs to take care of it, and basically in that sort of sense. So as Richard said, there's a very disturbing step with respect to the technology, that we're not reliant on the normal processes by which the immune system works. I've never, like I say, it's completely new technology with respect to this idea of getting a cell to produce it. I don't know why they would come up with that thought anyway, and think that that's something approaching an advantageous way of doing something, except beyond the fact that, well, they know there's limits to vaccine technologies as they currently are. So I don't know if that's to do with persistence or getting the immune system to recognize it. But yeah, I don't know, and no one's been able to give me, and no one can get, again, how much is produced, how much is being injected, how much is being produced, and put that in the context of, well, I know in the Moderna study, everyone had side effects at the higher dosages. And they say, well, that's relatively minimal side effects. But let's be very, very clear that they have very strict criteria for who goes on to those studies, right? And if you have any comorbidity as a known factor, you will not be allowed into that study.
You couldn't have asked for healthier people to be in this study. You know, one of the responses I saw that kind of stuck out was, they said 100% of the African Americans had no bad reaction. There weren't any Black Americans that got it in phase 3. So it's a correct statement. It's, because nobody got it. You take people that are, and I wrote this down in the books. Now, I wrote the book several months ago, and it just got out there, like a couple of weeks ago. And I pointed out that I thought that the two groups that they would go after first are the healthcare providers front line and the elderly. Why? Because the healthcare providers probably are the most healthy. They've seen the disease. They're not going to say no, viruses don't exist. I mean, they're not trainers. They have reality checks, right? And what else do we kind of have that attitude of? Well, my patients are dying. People are dying. They're looking for me for answers. I'm going to do the best I can do to take care of people, but I'll also put myself out there in harm's way if I can help kind of move this thing along, particularly as you get tired and exhausted and you put in longer hours and you start going, we've got to end the nightmare, right? So we're less likely to have a bad response, and we're going to put ourselves out there, and then you can hold us out and go, see, your healthcare providers did this for you. You should step up and do the same thing for them. And I think that's one of the tools they're going to use. And then they're going to do it in the very old who are prone to these comorbidities. And those are the ones I'm really worried about. I'm worried about the younger. I'm worried about the healthcare providers, because if it doesn't kill people, I think you've talked about it enough on your channel about all these other factors, these long-term sequelae that are going to be showing up, and we're going to see consequences of it, but everybody will just write that off afterwards, because it's like any bad experience once you've gone through it. It's like, well, at least we're not in that bad experience anymore. So who cares if, X percentage of the people have can't smell or have some type of drooling abnormality or have an irregular or have a sleep apneic problem related to it, or have myocarditis or cardiomyopathy, a weakened heart, but at least they lived, right? That's going to be the attitude. And then the older individuals, what will they do with those? Well, they were older and they were frail, and they're the ones most likely to die. So it's not the vaccine, it's just that they were more likely to die. Well, yeah, more likely to die if you give them something that's going to kill them.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're gonna sacrifice your people, I know this is probably a bad phrase. Man up. If you're gonna sacrifice your people, step up and take the bullet. And this is where I've made the comment that clearly the people making the vaccine are essential, because if they die, there's nobody to make the vaccine. So I think we should vaccinate all the people making the vaccine, all the executives in charge of those corporations and their families, all the people that are pushing for it politically, all the governors who want to learn how to practice medicine and now telling the doctors in the United States how to practice medicine, and all the judges that are going to be sitting there in court deciding whether people should be punished for whether they take this vaccine or not.
And there's a comment.
And all the grifters that are out there who don't believe that that viruses are real and that we've already done the work.
And there's a comment here, and I haven't seen it reported as such, but I've seen people mentioning it. So there were, as we said, people, if you had an allergy, you were excluded. But now at vaccination sites, they're required to have respiration and recovery equipment to hand. Right, in case you go into anaphylaxis, right? And
oh god,
so we're at a very
Bill Gates should be vaccinated.
Yeah, and again,
I'd be willing to do the vaccinating for him. He wouldn't get it in the arm either.
I'll leave that to people's imaginations.
Yeah.
But
well, it got you kicked off. You did.
It did, yeah. And well, I mean, the other channel had a few thousand subs, and it does, right? Those few thousand subs, it doubles the viewership, right? So we have a really nice community built around the Discord, and and a lot of everyone contributes to that, and that sort of keeps me. I don't have to go looking for data. I'm having to just go through data that people bring to me, and it's enough, and it's really useful thing to have that sort of community available. But just getting out to a wider audience, those extra subs that would normally just say, "Oh, that's on," and I'll watch, and it probably just sort of peripherally, you feel that loss, especially at such small channels. And the thing is, we're not doing a 10-minute soundbite that YouTube that's what people want, where they and then they get all that it drops into their head, and then everyone thinks they're an expert. And
there's a lot to be said for forcing people to carry out a more complex thinking process, because it allows them to better handle more complex scenarios. And when you dumb it down and shorten the segments, it's terrible. One of the things, one of my classic examples was back when I took cell biology. And one of the people who actually taught me as a cardiology fellow was Krebs' last PhD student, Heinrich Techmeyer, who's a lousy human being. But
yeah, well, it's not uncommon in academia. So,
but in when I took cell biology, we had to memorize the Krebs cycle, and by that I don't mean we had to memorize the names. We had to be able to reproduce from scratch the molecules. And everybody moaned and groaned at the time. And I've since gone back and lectured several times at the university, usually to undergraduates and graduate students, and point out to them that, nobody liked it at the time. But what it taught us was that something that we thought we couldn't do, we could do. Something that we wanted to be lazy to not have to do, we weren't allowed to be lazy. We were forced to apply ourselves. And it's amazing we talked about this with the PhD earlier. When you're forced to apply yourself and learn the process to carry through it, you suddenly develop the ability to sort out details of a problem. And it also makes you less likely to be gullible to the grifters.
Well, and look, there's I think there's an important point that needs making here to people who are listening who are coming at this, and you trained in something else, and what you do is equally as important. So I know a few people that have got farms and cows, and I'm not going to be able to do much on your farm. I'm good with power tools, etc. But herding animals, and if they're not monkeys, I can't do that, right? And so everyone,
Kevin, look, I was raised on a farm. I'll take you to these people's places, and we'll teach you how to milk cows and ride and saddle horses, and
oh, my prostate wouldn't take it now. The years of cycling have taken it out of me. I just
we used to get. So I went to medical school at the University of Iowa, and I know where you're going with that. A complete understanding. Anybody who thinks that having a farm is an easy task really needs to spend a week on the farm and see what it's like. It's not an easy task. It's long hours. It's a lot of hard work, and it's smart work. One thing people don't realize is that in the 60s and 70s, there in Iowa, where I grew up at, there were more farmers' wives that had PhDs than you would ever imagine, because they were very smart and they had to know and help to run the farm. And if you think a John Deere tractor is something that's easy to run, those things, some of them are run by satellite. It's not for kids. But anyway, we used to, when I was at Iowa and a medical student, we'd get these kids from New York and the big city, and they would come in and they wanted to see a farm. So we'd take them out and we'd show them hogs, and we'd show them things that would stand up to their shoulder, and they were just like, these things get this big? It's like, oh yeah, they do. And don't be dumb enough to put your arm out there. These animals are smarter than you think they are. So
medicine,
farming, I come from a farm family.
And the point is that there's a degree of technobabble around these disciplines that we're talking around that comes that it's a way of differentiating themselves. That's how the disciplines do it. And I don't want people to come here and think, oh, I'm not catching what it is that they're saying, or if you feel it doesn't quite make sense, ask a question. Right, ask the question, because often the questions can take you somewhere where we wouldn't have thought to go, and there's not so around the vaccine. Look, I'm not an epidemiologist and I'm not an immunologist. The only thing that I can bring to this is something with respect to the scientific understanding and methodology, and I would just have this one point to make. Have you tested and experimented enough? Okay, and that would be my question in this, and everyone can ask that question, and there's no shame in asking that question to these people.
Oh, exactly. Remember I made the statement about this is what I would do for my father, my mother, my brother, my sister, my husband, my wife, my children. Would you give this vaccine? Would you literally give this vaccine to your father? Go down the list.
Mm.
If you can't answer that honestly and go, yeah, I feel pretty comfortable with that, then you should be asking yourself what more work you need to do to get to that point of level, because you may not be my brother, but you're a human being that I'm treating. Yes, and if there's something that's being said that you don't understand, all you need to do is ask the question, because then that means we need to explain it more. And we do typically then go down a pathway. And I saw something about Guillain-Barré. Yes. And I took care of people who had Guillain-Barré in the 70s when I was an orderly who had received the swine flu vaccine from a vaccine that was rushed through so fast by the U.S. government that 25% of the population got it. And one of the consequences was the neurologic abnormality Guillain-Barré, and
that happened again in 2011. Was it 2009, 2011?
Yeah.
They did exactly the same thing.
Yeah. So what we've learned from the FDA is that they don't have a very good track record of actually thinking through the details of things. And I've called them on several things. And one of the papers I wrote at the beginning of SARS-CoV-2 had to do with a diet drug that was pulled off the market. But it was a drug that was approved by the FDA. And at the time, in 2 years, 2017 to 2018 or 2016, 2017, the FDA approved 105 drugs. It withdrew almost 300. So its track record of having to withdraw drugs that it already approved when they were just happy, where they had done their, quote, due diligence and safe and effective, doesn't look very good when you look at the track record over time. And if you're in an agency whose job it is to make sure what you're giving to the public is safe and effective, and you have, say, number one, then you should be doing your job. Number two, when your track record is so pathetic, now you should be even more concerned with, do you have the data? And I watched those hearings the other day where they did the emergency use authorization with that little committee. And I found it embarrassing as a scientist to watch. And sadly enough, the smartest guy there was the attorney, and he decided to abstain from the vote. It's like the only guy at the attorney was the only one getting it. I mean, and you people, I mean, if you, I have a law degree, but you have no idea what I really think of attorneys. It's not positive. So when the attorney seems to be asking the smartest questions, but then he abstains in the end from a vote, it's like, wow, you know, could we just all step back one more minute? You know,
no computers right now. Sorry to interrupt you there. The point or issue I'd like to sort of raise at this point is what those clinicians and the scientists on that FDA panel should have been trained to do and be doing is saying, is this better than the treatments we have currently? And that's something that I don't see being an approach being used in any manner whatsoever, particularly in the US. So in India right now, I saw that they're selling blister packs with the sheep dip, the malaria medicine, and an antibiotic and zinc, right? As a blister pack and their cases have gone down. Okay.
Yeah. Again, I'm critical of the people that are doing it without getting the scientific data that they should along the way. But I can tell you from our research that we did, 83% of the people who were PCR positive who got treated with an aminoquinoline, either hydroxychloroquine or primaquine, and one of the antibiotic regimens that isn't to prevent a secondary infection, but is designed to reduce the replication of the virus or the attachment of the virus, and zinc, 83% of those people did not get sicker. They, within 3 days, when they were followed up, they were clinically better and did not require hospitalization. The AAPS, the American Association of Physicians and Surgeons, are trying to get this taken seriously. I also watched the hearing last week on early treatment for SARS-CoV-2, and that was a disaster. I mean, watching television of politics in the United States these days is exhausting because it's so polarized. It's not even funny. In that case, the Republican was giving the doctors way more credit than they should have been, and the Democrats were attacking the doctors. And and as a doctor, I'm sitting there going, "Wait a minute, buddy, you're not a doctor. You've got somebody who's telling you he's getting a treatment response. We should be treating people with this." The attacks on hydroxychloroquine is that it causes cardiac problems, but there's not a single paper that states that there's cardiac problems. There's a lot of them that says it has cardiac problems. Really? Because QT prolongation, the problem that occurs from hydroxychloroquine, also occurs from the inflammation caused by the infection, number one. Number two, the reason why QT prolongation, stretching that EKG out, is a problem is because of two rhythms it produces. One is called ventricular polymorphism, and the other one is called torsade de pois, and there is not a single published paper, nor a single preprint that I have read that suggests that anybody taking hydroxychloroquine has had ventricular polymorphism or torsade de pois.
Let's
problem.
So I think a lot of people have sort of gone over this, what we're talking about right now. I think if you don't mind, whilst I have your time and attention,
another topic.
Because I do think it's of importance. It's not it's not out of left field of what we're talking about, but it's a dimension of the dialogue around SARS-CoV-2 that is not mentioned. Well, no, let me rephrase that. It's mentioned in ways in the more feverish ends of the information highway. And it seems to me that we have a very, very obvious... So the conflict of interests. So let's just start with ones that we're very, very familiar with, right? The conflict of interest with respect to EcoHealth, Peter Daszak, the authors of the Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2 paper, people being compromised with respect to, well, we had, since we last spoke, there was the Freedom of Information leak, which showed that Peter Daszak was going round the clinicians and scientists, corralling them into a narrative control, damage control, in that it had to be a spillover, a natural zoonosis spillover event. So we can, I think, let's push the bounds of the conversation. You know, we got, again, we're just walking into a ban, right? You're just walking straight into but the let's speak about conflicts of interest. Let's keep it abstract. Okay, and as someone with some legal background, would you relay to us your opinion on the severity of what a conflict of interest or what it means legally, and what the consequences for it are?
Consequences. Well, today
what the consequences should be. Yeah, sorry, because that's a...
Oh, you want me to be a judge?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I'd rather have a cold shower. Okay, so, you know, conflict of interest is exactly what it sounds like. Something in what you're doing, you have the ability to benefit from if the outcome occurs favorably for you. And if the outcome occurs negatively towards you, it would harm you. So there is a conflict going on of interest to you, which raises the genuine question of how genuine will you be in reporting the results. Now, I'm a firm believer that if you enter a study, your data is part of the study. I don't drop out people. I don't try any extrapolations. I don't do any intent to treat garbage. You're a number, you're real, you're there. I may not like it, but it doesn't matter. But when people start selectively enrolling people based upon what will make a better outcome for them, when people start looking at the outcomes and go, well, I mean, there's a lot of studies that I see that when I read through it as a reviewer, all the people that get dropped out of the study along the way, my response is, well, why did you drop those out? You know, I mean, yeah, nobody who was African American had a problem with the vaccine. You just didn't have any African Americans get the vaccine. Well, are we going to use this vaccine for Black people? So a conflict of interest really is where you know that what you're doing, that you're not being completely honest with the outcome of the data. And, you know, we have a whole host of people, you know, Bill Gates, Daszak, Eurohealth, anybody who has expressed a political opinion on this and it has an outcome has a conflict of interest. And I think that when there's a conflict of interest, go ahead.
Sorry, Richard. I just wanted to say that list actually goes on and on and on in these days, and I can't remember who it was, but someone put it in these terms, which I thought on a stream one day, that basically said it's the Enronization of basically the whole of society, where we're no longer holding people to account, and everything's just now being considered through the lens of that's the cost of doing business, in a sense.
Yeah. You know, so that's an interesting analogy, because, you know, in my parents' generation, they got a job for life, and the employer considered it their responsibility to keep them employed. and the employed thought it was their job to do a very good job for the employer. So they kind of felt like they were in it together for life. Today, in the interest of making money, it's all about where you can cut corners, what you can manipulate to make more money for your bottom line. In one of the phrases that I have used for people with medicine when I try to get across the importance is, we don't sell shoes. Now, I can make that statement because when I was in high school, I also sewed shoes to earn money at JCPenney's. And if the shoes were bad, they brought them back, right? But when you mess up in medicine, people die. So the conflicts of interest that are going on here have to do with people having serious health problems or dying. That changes the parameter. You know, there's a lot of things in science you can look at and say, well, can somebody else reproduce the experimental study? You know, maybe it wasn't quite as credible as we thought. But when you get into conflict of interest things, these are things that people intentionally do that they should not do, that they know they shouldn't do, that compromise the outcomes and the conclusions and what people do as a result. What do I think should happen to those people? Well, it depends upon which one of my hats you put on, okay? If you put on my father's hat, sending to them their room possibly with some other punishment would be just a good beginning, okay? But when you're dealing with the fact that, I mean, yeah, Kevin, there's a whole bunch of names that run through my brain when I'm thinking about that, and some of them I think ought to be put in prison. Okay, because people are dying.
Well, this is the point where I want to get to, is just that where can we draw the line? Let's just say right now, with all the characters, that's it. That's all we have to deal with. Where do we draw the line with respect to culpability here? And to me, now that's not clear, because everything is so tainted. It was tainted even before SARS-CoV-2 came out. It's just become highly apparent now.
We've accepted that we'll just accept people doing wrong things, right? The ends justify the means. Well, the ends here are different. The ends here are people are dying. The ends here, we've shut down the planet. The ends here is that we've got, I don't even know how many millions are infected. More than 1.5 million have died. We have people lying about whether viruses exist. We have people lying, I think, about whether the vaccines work, all in the name of money. We have people that are lying about the research that went into the development of this virus. We have people at government levels, at federal agencies, and I guarantee you there's a lot of people out there who think that they're doing the right thing for the right reason because they bought into this thing. But independent upon some of the lower things, I would argue that the people who know that this virus was human-made, released, and didn't take action to stop it and to bring the information forward, should undergo a Nuremberg in world court to be held accountable. I do not believe, based upon how this planet functions and the way in which, country to country to country interacts each country, I think we have to view this as an international criminal offense.
Well, yeah, it has to by definition, because one, it's crossed borders, and there's a very big problem actually sitting at the heart of this when you sort of start scratching around the virology world, that there's no paperwork required with respect to transport of viruses across borders. They can just walk across it, so long as the institute has agreed to let it out the door, or let them. I mean, apart from obviously prescribed biowarfare agents, but agents that are under research, supposedly like coronaviruses. There's no controls that have to be filled out with respect to the airport. I have.
China is not the only culpable country here.
No.
And if people think the United States is innocent in this, they're wrong. But it's not just the U.S. and China.
And we are in a well, it's an existential crisis of, well, like I say, I guess we're not racking up bodies quite like the Second World War, but as an impact culturally, I would say we're getting there. So it seems a fair take to say, yeah, something approaching Nuremberg type trials. So okay, so I'll go with that. At what point do we hold, or do we stop culpability? Because in my mind right now, it's not just the fact that you can say that there are institutes and individuals with conflicts of interest. It's that institutes, and then how are we going to make the institutes culpable in this sense, and in something this serious?
Well, the institutes or the journals or any of the other things that are involved in the process and the perpetuation, I think, first off, any university or any institution that knowingly participated in misinformation about this virus is going to have to be revamped or shut down.
And I'm of the opinion right now that with respect to institutes, it's got to go, got to be shut down. Build a new one, and well, okay, let's constrain it a little bit. So the virology, the discipline of virology, there are virologists speaking out, but there seems to be a whole lot keeping very, very quiet. And this especially seems to be the case in the United States.
Yeah, well, this has to do with some of the nonsense that. So let me give you a more specific example that's not in virology. Lantheus Pharmaceuticals lied and has continued to lie to the world about its radioactive tracers needing 2 doses to be given to each patient. Now, they say that's because the drug doesn't move around to redistribute. They have now gone back and told the FDA, because I've pushed the button on this, that, well, no, the drug does redistribute, just not well. And it's up to the doctor how to do it. Now, Lantheus Pharmaceuticals knows this. They know that they have made $20 billion in 2 decades of extra profit. They know that 100,000 Americans are misdiagnosed with critical heart disease each year because of it and die. And they know that they've exposed the planet to 3 million extra curies of radiation. Lantheus Pharmaceuticals should be held criminally liable and closed as a facility. And anybody that was involved in the knowing of that information and misinformation should never be allowed to work in the field again once they're out of prison. So I would take the same point of view with SARS-CoV-2. Anybody who was involved in this knowingly should be indicted on criminal murder charges for the deaths that have occurred. They should be held accountable in international court. Their corporations should be shut down. I'm sorry there's people working there with them that will be out of a job, but they worked at a company that was doing something bad, and I'm pretty sure the vast majority of them had some clue what was going on. But if they're really good people, I guess I would say we should look at them being hired, but under controlled circumstances to make sure that they weren't part of the problem. I think the NIH and NIAID needs to be scrapped and restarted. I think I have questions about whether the FDA should be scrapped and restarted, and HHS scrapped and restarted.
Well, HHS has given nearly $100 million to EcoHealth. That to me is enough of a reason. Who authorized all that? The other problem that I see right now, and this, and I've got it's lunchtime and I can hear the kids going, they're going to make a mess. But maybe this is the last point I'll ask your opinion on. But we're very good at creating, I think, a circular firing squad for ourselves. My concern is, I'm sorry, Sylvan, in the chat, China, who does have a part to play in this, right, are just going to ignore anything that would come down to causing them that would somehow show the CCP in some form of bad light. So my concern here is that in what way do we hold everyone accountable? Because we'll do it to ourselves, and they'll just carry on, and they'll just think, great, they're just weakening themselves even further. And this is a problem I've tried to think about for a long time, and I don't have a good answer.
What do you do with a bad child who won't listen?
Well, you take off your belt and you give the blighter a good thrashing. That's
okay. Well, you isolate them.
Yes, I guess so.
Yeah.
Okay, Karen.
If in a world court, would this planet, had Adolf Hitler not committed suicide and he still maintained control of Germany, and the German people would not have given him up, would the world court have allowed Nazi Germany to continue to prosper?
Probably not. I mean,
should a country that's culpable, whether it's China or the United States, who's unwilling to step up and be held accountable in world court, and have its leaders that were responsible charged with criminal murder, should such countries then be personally isolated by the rest of the planet until such time that it's determined that they've changed their ways?
And like I say, I don't. The problem is that there's just very dark.
We don't
outcomes.
come out of this. We don't come out of this without having to address that. It's kind of like the joke, life. Nobody gets out alive. We can either ignore what happened and let it continue to occur again, which is where I raised the question of how do we know the mRNA in the vaccine is actually SARS-CoV-2 and not SARS-CoV-3? Because nobody's holding the Pfizer or anybody accountable to showing that it's actually SARS-CoV-2.
Yes, so, I agree, and I think on
it's
that.
Lunchtime.
Yeah, I've got to go somewhere else. So, Richard, thank you very much for your time. It's always a pleasure. And
that was a kind of dark presentation, wasn't it, folks?
I think let's just take hope on that. What seemed like dark turned into light very, very quickly, right? And so life still goes on, right?
Right. And what's it all about? What's the end motto? It's all about our kids.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why we need to stand up and actually address the problem. For the children, my children are a little bit older, but they're still the world to me. And that's what I'm doing this for. and that's why I tackled these problems, is for them and for the children. And hopefully they'll do it better than we will.
Yeah. Let's say better me going to fight right now than them. And that's.
I can't wait to see the full clip on this. Go take care of lunch. It was a pleasure to see everybody again.
Yes.
I know I had this up, but I wasn't really looking at the comments, so I hope it answered a lot of questions for people.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys, and see you in the next one. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.